Yo, what's going on, guys? What's up, Saber? What's up, Toad Man? What's up, Death Reaper? What's up, TNR Red? What's up, Jim? What's up, The Last? Jesus. Alright, boys. You already know what it is today. We got the Kakuzu, my weapon, the love of my life, and we got Weeaboo Warrior today. Yo, what's up, guys? Dang, we got 39 people in here already. They popping off. Weeaboo Warrior, he's a guy I've been making the reactions to. I'm sure you guys are already aware. He makes all kinds of pretty cool content. He edited like an hour and a half video of a tier list. Could never catch me doing something like that. Good editing, by the way. It was really good. I appreciated that a lot. Because I would not spend the time dedicated to that even remotely. Is this debate going to be privated afterwards? Probably not. I mean, I don't think so. We trying to see you clap some metaphorical cheeks. Oh, man. All right. We're going to be debating Kakuzu versus Pain, and something I want to get into before we actually start the stream is that I am going to be taking Kakuzu in the video, but that is not necessarily representative of what you guys are going to see in the Kakuzu versus Pain video. I ain't spoiling nothing. I'm just doing it for the sake of debate today, and I'm not going to tell you what I genuinely believe, because I already did the Pain research and the Kakuzu research for that video, so that way you can still look there and see if my opinion changes or not. What's up, Surfbone? True Weeaboo Warrior built different on patience for editing. Yeah, he is. I can't be doing all that. That's too much. We using data book stats in this debate? I don't know. That's up to Weeaboo Warrior if he wants to bring it up. Weeaboo's carrying anime YouTube. Spitting. Alright, we got 52 people in here. Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first, Mr. Weeaboo?
I could go first. I mean, I was thinking about like maybe going over each path of pain and what they bring to the table, and then you could like say if you
can just you could stress test me. You can throw whatever abilities Pain has, and I'll just talk about if there's any counters to each ability, or do you want me to like let you go through them all first and then like counter them one by one afterwards? What do you want to do?
We could go by each ability. Like I could say an ability, and you could say if you think Kakuzu has a counter for it.
Okay, yeah, that'll work for me. So feel free to go whenever.
Okay, so I want to start with the animal path, who I think can arguably solo. So he has the flying bird, which can help him keep him out of Kakuzu's range, as well as the chameleon to go invisible. But you could start with the bird. Does Kakuzu, do you think he has any range techniques that could reach him if he just decided to hide someone up there in a bird?
He can shoot lightning bolts, but he also, his hearts can fly. So.
Do the hearts fly in the manga? I know you said we're going with manga.
I think they do, yeah. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure they're flying around Kakashi when he's on that tree. If you want me to look at that, I can check that.
Yeah, you could. I'm pretty sure they're just jumping around, but it's possible they're flying. Maybe the wind one can fly.
They for sure fly in the anime, but I'll have to double check about the manga. I'm pretty sure they do either way. But yeah, he could shoot lightning bolts or something, or like one of his long-range fire jutsu up into the sky. But either way, let's just say he doesn't have the range, okay? Sure, Pain's flying up on his bird, doing his thing. What's the bird do to Kakuzu, though?
Well, for mainly the bird is just going to help him keep Pain bodies out of the way that he wants to be kept safe. But the bird did bash back Gamaken, who was using a shield to protect himself. And Gamaken does have a statement in the data book saying he's equal in power to Gamabunta.
Okay. Well, I don't think Gamabunta or Gamaken are particularly impressive, at least in comparison to Kakuzu, seeing as none of those animal summonings have feats on the level of Biju, who I think Kakuzu scales to for obvious reasons, but yeah. So
I disagree with that because Gamabunta fought with the One-Tails.
The One-Tails that he fought against only fired air bullets at him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and he almost died to it.
Well, it hurt him. He didn't say it. Well, I don't think he said it almost killed him, but
he says if he takes a few more of those, he'll die or something along those lines.
Yeah, but he was able to take a few, or one he took, but and he matched one with his own jutsu.
Yeah, I just don't know how impressive those air bullets are.
Mm-hmm. And so, what makes you think Kakuzu scales above them?
Above the Biju? or above
Yeah,
the
or
toads?
above both.
Okay,
Either
well,
or.
there's direct statements that Kakuzu is just stronger than Jinchuriki. Like, there's the statement in the Funo Show booklet, which was a special booklet released in a Naruto exhibition in Japan. It was written by Kishimoto, and it's basically just like a little mini data book, and in it, it literally just directly says that Kakuzu can or he has a bit combat abilities that are above Jinchuriki, and or something along those lines. It says combat abilities that allow them to capture Jinchuriki, all of Kakuzu's combat abilities are just AP reliant things, like ninjutsu or taijutsu. So he would just have to be strong enough to harm Biju and be stronger than Biju.
Well, most Jinchuriki can't really bring out the full power of their Biju or control it. So I'm not sure if that would scale him to the actual.
Yugito was a perfect Jinchuriki. She mastered her Biju, and that's the one that Kakuzu fought.
Do you have evidence for that?
Yeah, I have the data book statement.
Because I know there's a statement from Danzo that says she's not one of the ones who harnessed the full power of the Biju.
Danzo didn't know about Yugito, but that doesn't mean that she didn't master her Biju. This we'll be looking for. All right. I'll just put it in DMs if that's okay with you.
Yep.
Okay. You can see at the bottom it says, Yugito, who became a Two-Tails Jinchuriki when she was only 2 years old. Despite being a target of disdain, she trained hard through sheer will and gained mastery over her tailed beast. And this is basically confirmed during the Kakuzu fight, because when Yugito sees them, she can just transform on hand, which is something that only KCM2 Naruto could do when he starts cooperating with the Ninetales.
Yeah, but though it said she gave her body over to the tailed beast, so it's not really clear if the tailed beast took control or if she's truly friends with the two tails.
It says she gained mastery over the tailed beast, and earning the trust of her peers or whatever. But yeah, gained mastery over her tailed beast. That suggests to me that she's mastered the power of her tailed beast either way.
I mean, even if she did master it, you could say Kurama Cloak Naruto mastered his power of Kurama that he took from Kurama. But being a perfect Jinchuriki requires you to be friends with the tailed beast itself.
Yeah, she was able to fully transform into them, immediately when she sees them. That, to me, suggests that they'd be friends, because you only do that. The only times we've seen that happen is with Killer Bee the Eight Tails and Naruto the Nine Tails, because they're a perfect Jinchuriki, so... It would just be consistent with her just being a perfect Jinchuriki. The Danzo statement's interesting because he does only talk about Yagra and the Eight Tails, but he doesn't know anything. Like, the Akatsuki didn't even know that Yugito had mastered her Jinchuriki, and they're specifically, hunting these dudes. So it wouldn't be weird for Danzo to not know about it either.
Yeah, well, I have that skin right here, so I'll just post that real quick.
Yeah, you can show it.
I just think it's unclear if she's truly a perfect Jinchuriki. I mean, obviously she has mastery of her tailed beast power, but I think that's slightly different because Gaara also has an ability that allows him to go right into the...
Would you agree that it's more mastery, or at least it's more control over her Jinchuriki than Gaara had over Shikaku in part 1?
I would say, yeah, likely she has more control than Gaara, but because Gaara's technique's a little different, he just gave full control to Shukaku.
Yeah.
But it says their minds, meld or something, or hold on, let me get that.
He has to fully wake up before Shukaku, takes control, basically, is how it works. So Shukaku's power progressively grows as, Gaara falls asleep or something along those lines.
Here's the...
Yeah, here it is.
Statement,
It's a jutsu where he applies a technique of forced sleepiness upon himself while simultaneously not having his chakra merge with Shikaku's own, becoming one with it body and mind, free from its spiritual medium's control. Shikaku draws upon its inherently massive reserves of chakra to rampage as its destructive instinct dictates. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's also these statements right here.
I'll show you the true strength and spirit of the Saiyan Spirit, and gratitude for giving me such a good time. Shikaku's true strength is suppressed normally while the host is awake. Yeah, I mean, Gaara obviously would suppress him because he's not running around rampaging. So
basically, when he goes when Gaara goes asleep, the true strength of the Sand Spirit comes out. That means Shukaku's full power is coming out.
Yeah, that's fine, but the statement I have earlier for Yugito is showing that it's not just her power, it's also the Biju's power, because she's mastered the Biju's power. So it's still more than Gaara.
It could be a bit more, but I don't think it's
Okay,
crazy
well,
amount more.
I still think since she has more control than Gaara did, and she's infusing her own chakra plus the Biju chakra she's mastered, she would be more powerful than Shukaku.
Yeah, but the scan I showed above, it says becoming one with it, body and mind. So you could argue that also means
he's sleepy. He's not.
In.
No, I don't think so. He's sleeping.
He's sleeping, but Shukaku could be taking control of his chakra as well.
There's no proof they can do that.
Well, it says fusing body and mind, and chakra is the power of your body and your mind. It's the mental.
It's your spirit as well.
And body energy.
Yeah, it's your spiritual and physical energy. They're not the same. No, they're not the same. No. I don't accept that. It doesn't say spirit. As far as I'm concerned, no chakra.
It would at least get his body's chakra, or at least half of it.
No, I don't think he has any control over Gaara's chakra. I think the statement, like with Dater, you're aware of the statement with Dater that he says that when a Jinchuriki, when a Biju has a Jinchuriki, they're more powerful or whatever than just a base Biju.
Yeah,
I think
but he also said that's because they're not intelligent enough to control their power, but Shukaku clearly is intelligent enough to control his.
I don't know if that's true or not. He might not be that intelligent. I don't know how intelligent Shukaku is.
I mean, at the very least, we see him without a Jinchuriki host fight against Sage Mode Madara and damage him and block his Susanoo attacks.
Yugito did too.
Yeah, so I mean, that should at least scale a Shukaku relative, even if he's like mildly.
To what, like blind Madara to AP to blind Madara's durability?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Yugito also scales to that, but yeah, I don't know how good blind Madara's durability is, to be honest. So.
Well, he took hits from all the tailed beasts.
He got his arm torn off and beaten horribly.
Yeah, still survived though.
Yeah, I would consider that more survivability than durability. It's kind of like you fight a zombie and you chop off their arm. Like, it'll keep coming forward because it can survive, but it didn't just tank like the axe I chopped off its arm with, if you know what I mean. Like, its durability was not enough to withstand the force. Madara's durability was not enough to withstand the force of Shukaku's air bullets in that instance. So, doesn't have the durability to do it, but he has the survivability. Because he's got Hashirama cells, too. But yeah, I don't think there's any actual proof that he's taking control of Gaara's chakra, but in the case of Yugito, she has both the Biju and her own chakra being infused into it. So, I would say that Biju is more impressive than anything Gamabunta has shown.
Though we don't really see what Kakuzu does to her. We know that the Two Tails loses, Yukito loses, but we also see that Hidan did use his ritual, because at the end of the fight, I could.
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah, he did use the ritual, but how did he get the blood? Is the question, right?
Yeah. That means they definitely somehow damaged the Two Tails at least a little bit and made it bleed.
Yeah, someone did it.
To produce fatal force, but it means they could damage the Two Tails for sure.
Yeah, well, there's a direct statement that the Akatsuki members in general are just stronger than Jinchuriki. Are you aware of that statement?
I've heard of it, but you could post it so I could see the full context. But
yeah, I can show you. It's just the data book statement. But,
because they're definitely not stronger than all of them. It must be Jinchuriki to Jinchuriki, because Killer B is definitely stronger than plenty of the Akatsuki members.
I don't think Killer B would beat Kakuzu, but it's a different topic.
I mean, it's kind of irrelevant, though.
I know.
The other members.
Yeah, Akatsuki. Oh, hold on one second. I gotta think what the statement's called. Akatsuki data book. Let's just type that in. See what we find. There it is. Doop. You can see hardened skillful masters even stronger than Jinchuriki. And then later on down the page it says, where's Pain's statement? Pain makes a statement too. It is their leader's belief, talking about the Akatsuki's leader, Pain. It is their leader's belief that when two members team up, even a tailed beast or Jinchuriki will have no chance against them. So it specifies both tailed beast and Jinchuriki will have no chance against them. Mm-hmm. So I don't think this includes Naruto, just because Pain actually underestimated how strong the Ninetales was, so didn't know how strong the Ninetales was in the fight, but it should include every other Bijuu Jinchuriki.
I don't know if they would have full nod on all of them. Like I think it depends on the team. Like it's possible with their abilities, any of the teams could possibly take down a full strength killer bee, but it's definitely questionable. I mean, a full-tailed bee spawn, if they get hit by that, most of them are done. But
I think
it depends on the members.
I think that Kakuzu would not be done in by a Bijuu bomb in particular, just because there's a direct statement from Kakuzu during his fight with Kakashi that he doesn't believe physical attacks can harm him, and he's fought Bijuu and Jinchuriki at this point, so I think it's likely that he's also referring to Bijuu bombs in that context.
Can I see the statement where he says physical attacks can't harm him?
Yes. Hold on 1 second. Let me go find the chapter real quick. I think it's right here. Oh, this is too late. Gotta go lower. I know where to find it. Give me 1 second. Let me go on my phone. I have it on there for sure. Hold on 1 second. Alright, I found it. Give me 1 second. Just upload this to me. Here you go. He says, it's true, physical attacks are virtually useless against me.
Yeah, virtually. So, I mean, that means there's some attacks that probably would work, but...
That's not what virtually means.
Let's see.
But either way,
virtually means nearly, almost.
This ain't even the translation that I've seen before. Weirdly, this is just one that someone sent me just now. But this is not the Viz translation I've seen before, because virtually wasn't there before. But either way,
that is with his diamond armor, though.
Yeah, I mean he can use that at any point just by his reaction speed. He just has to think about it.
You're aware if he doesn't use it, he could be damaged even by regular paper bombs?
No, that's not true. Just because he chose to harden his skin there doesn't mean it would have actually damaged him.
He said, "I hardened my arm, so I'm fine." That
Yeah.
implies that if he didn't, he wouldn't be fine.
No, I don't think it does. It just says, I hardened my arm, so I'm fine. He could have been fine without hardening his arm. We just don't know.
Yeah, but that's not what the statement implies. And his second time, he sees the letter bomb and he hardens his arm again.
Yeah.
So, and that jutsu obviously uses chakra, and it has the drawback of if he's using that jutsu, he can't move. You know that, right?
Yeah.
The part of his body that's using that jutsu can't move. So it does have drawbacks, and it obviously uses chakra since it's a jutsu.
Yeah.
So he's using it because he thinks. I'm not saying like the paper bomb would blow his arm off if it didn't, but it would at least damage him somewhat.
I don't think it would. I don't think there's any proof of that. Him being able to withstand Biju attacks suggests otherwise, unless you think paper bombs are just strong. Like, he withstands Yukito's paw strike in base.
Well, it covers his body. We don't see if he uses it after he gets crushed.
No, he holds his arm up first, and you can see his hands aren't black. And you can see in that image his hands are black. And that's because he's using diamond armor. So you can literally tell on panel that when he momentarily withstands the blow at first, he's not using diamond armor at all. Then he gets crushed into the ground. Like, there's no proof he used diamond armor. His hands at least withstood it. So
yeah,
unless you think that paper bomb is like hitting with Biju level like taijutsu, I mean that's fine.
Maybe that Biju hit might have hurt his hands a bit. We don't know.
He looked like he was fine at the end of the fight.
I'm just saying this implies that it would at least hurt him somewhat.
No.
He wouldn't have done it, and he wouldn't have said,
no,
I hardened my arm, so I'm fine.
Someone can totally just choose. I would also like to see the base kanji of what he says, but either way, someone can totally just choose to block an attack or dodge an attack, like Madara could choose to block an attack like Tobirama's like kunai that he swung at him. He dodged out the way. That may imply that it would have hurt him if he didn't dodge out the way. But truth is, we really don't know. Okay, it's still an assumption either way. I would like to see what the attack would do to Kakuzu if he wasn't using diamond armor, you know what I mean? But either way, it's not like paper bombs have anti-feats anyway. Like, paper bombs were able to harm Jubito. So,
yeah.
Granted, there was a lot of them. Conan's paper bombs harmed Conan. So, like, taking a paper bomb harmed Minato. Like, there's just so many examples of where like a paper bomb is still effective against really high level opponents. So I don't think this is necessarily an anti-feat anyway.
Okay. Well, it's not necessarily an anti-feat. I do think most ninja without a jutsu blocking would get hurt by it.
Exactly.
I think if he doesn't use his diamond armor, he'll be in trouble for plenty of pain's jutsus.
Which jutsus do you think are strong enough to harm Kakuzu? Because I think I already proved earlier that like the summons can't harm Kakuzu because the Biju couldn't. But do you have any other ones?
Well, yeah. Well, I get to that when I get to the Deva path, but I do think the Almighty push will. But do you want to go straight there?
Go to
finish the summons. While I'm on the
yeah,
summons?
you can continue the summons if you want. We can go to that later.
Yeah. Okay. So the next one I want to bring up was the Invisible Chameleon, which Pain uses in character multiple times. He uses it the first time against Dry, and the second time against when he's Nagato against KCM, Naruto, and B. He uses it to hide inside and turn invisible. It's stated by the Toad Sages. Let's see.
So it can turn invisible and hide the pads. Cool.
Yeah, and it says you need Barrier Jutsu to stalemate it, and you need Creature Detection Jutsu to go on the offensive. So unless Kakuzu has one of those abilities, he won't be able to go on the offensive to any Pain that's hiding within the chameleon.
The Pains are going to have to come out and kill him, though, at some point. So, I mean, Kakuzu could literally just sit there and wait for them to come out, or he could just blow up the battlefield. Like, what stops him from doing that?
What jutsu does he have that would just blow up the whole battlefield?
His fire jutsu.
Because that fire jutsu was dodged by like Ino, Choji, and Kakashi pretty easily.
I don't know how close Ino and Choji were, but I know Kakashi was pretty close to it, and he managed to dodge it. But Kakashi's also relative to Pain, so
yeah,
in speed. But I don't know if the chameleon is relative to Kakashi in speed.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know if the chameleon has speed feats, but it does have strength feats, as its tongue was able to restrain Kurama Cloak Naruto.
You talking about which Naruto? I mean, was it like the red cloak?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, just let me see what that is. That's Nagato, man, and that's after he absorbed B's
Yeah,
chakra.
that's Nagato, but the chameleon shouldn't be stronger because Nagato's stronger.
Um, maybe, but yeah.
Because Gamabunta is not like stronger if Minato summons him rather than Kid Naruto. He's just Gamabunta.
Yeah, I would think so. That's fair. So yeah, like this is after he Almighty pulls him in too, right?
Um, Hold on, let me.
Because you
Check.
can see the vibrations in the right panel. Like it looks like he's getting pulled in.
Yeah, it could be. Let me see.
I'm pretty sure that's what the scene is. Because I remember like he absorbs B's chakra and then he Almighty pulls them in. Now that he's got a strength amp, so Naruto might just be being restrained by the Almighty pull as well there. And you can even see in the left panel that there's a couple like vibration marks still on him there even. So I'm not for sure if that chameleon by himself can just restrain KCM Naruto.
I'll check the chapter real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm around there. No, it looks like he's just grabbed midair and he's confused, and then Nagato runs up to him.
Could you show me the full panel? Because I'm.
Yeah.
What's that like text on the side here? Like this. Like here.
I think that's just a noise. That pink thing. That's just a noise thing.
What is the? These sound effects like imply that.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's see.
Like
Yeah.
Nagato is in the middle of getting like hit by B or something over there.
Yeah, and then.
And then Naruto is just grabbed, and then he switches targets to Naruto.
So hold on. So he absorbs B's chakra. Naruto jumps in, and then the whap, and then
right there.
yeah. But what's all those vibrations surrounding him? Isn't that what happens when the Almighty pulls there?
Are you talking about the right panel or the left panel?
The bottom two. It's in both of them.
The bottom right, the lines around him, I'm pretty sure that's him just like he's stuck. He's like, what's going on? And then the left one has Nagato, like the lines behind him is like him rushing forward.
Maybe it is the chameleon that's just holding him down there. I'm not for sure. Either way, it's fine. Yeah, so let's say the chameleon is strong enough to hold back KCM Naruto. Why would that make him strong enough to hold back Kakuzu?
Well, KCM Naruto has broken out of Shadow Possession Jutsu before, which Kakuzu had to...
Which KCM Naruto broke out of Shadow Possession?
The version you see right when he broke out of the Turtle Island, he got restrained by Shadow Possession Jutsu and just...
From who, Shikaku?
I'm
pretty sure that was Shikamaru's dad. Shikamaru is the one who held Kakuzu down.
Yeah.
Shikaku is not Shikamaru, though, is he?
Well, Kurama Cloak Naruto also stopped Son Goku's fist from closing the Four Tails, and he also held back his jaw strength.
Oh, you talking about? I'm trying to remember. Wasn't that in the mental scape? Or am I tripping?
No, that was physically.
I can't remember what scene that's even from, but yeah, that's just Biju level. Kakuzu is like perfect Jinchuriki level, or he's stronger than perfect Jinchuriki.
Well, I disagree with Kakuzu having lifting strength on that level. I mean, he was pushed down by the Two Tails. So
oh, you're talking... Are you talking about Naruto's lifting strength? He's not even grabbing onto the tongue. He's not even trying to, like, peel it off.
Yeah, that's true. But it's enough to at least surprise him and hold him there for a bit, so I don't see why...
He's invisible, man. Like, it's easy to get surprised.
Exactly. He can do the same thing. I'm not saying this chameleon soul is Kakuzu, but I'm saying he can take him by surprise and grab him.
He might be able to grab him for a second, but I don't see any reason why Kakuzu wouldn't just, like, look down or, like, just have one of his hearts just blast the shit out of Nagato either way. Or the chameleon even, or he could just blow up the battlefield like I said earlier and the chameleon would just die. So, like, the chameleon has no good speed feats besides maybe, like, reacting, I don't even know, like, it's just kind of on a wall at one point, and then this, I guess.
Yeah, just
No,
mostly it's the invisibility power, just the and the surprise
yeah.
grab
It
Kakuzu, which I'll get into why that could be important later. But mostly, like he could just hide a pain, like he could hide the pain that fixes other pains and stuff like that, and it could be used real strategically.
I don't think he ever does that in character. He never hides the path that like fixes them inside of the chameleon or anything, does he?
He hides the full body Nagato in this fight, and he hides the animal path in the Jiraiya fight.
Hides the animal path, and then
Yeah.
which this one. So, I don't know if that's in character. What would be the even because even for like if he hid the path that could heal the other paths of pain, he would still have to come out the mouth to heal the other paths eventually, right? And then he
Or
wouldn't be hidden anymore.
He would pull those paths into the chameleon to get healed.
Okay, that never happens. So that's not something in character he would do.
I mean, I assume Pain is smart enough to do it if he's really losing that badly.
Well, you see how you said I assume?
Mm-hmm.
That's an assumption.
Yeah, but I mean, he does have the power to physically do it, so it's a possibility, though.
I mean, it is a possibility, but it's a possibility we can't guarantee will happen, so I don't think it's fair to say it'll happen.
Yeah, I'm not guaranteeing it will happen. I'm just saying that's one of the possibilities that could happen.
I could say, like a possibility. Well, no, I'm not even gonna get into that. But yeah, I don't think Nagato is personally smart enough to do something like that, but maybe he is. We just don't know. So,
Okay.
What next summon?
Let's see. The next summon would be the crab summon, which isn't the most useful, but it does in the data book. I could post it says it has a blinding wave that washes away jutsu that might be able to help like push away like the fire style jutsu and possibly some of the other pain's jutsus.
Kakashi's water style didn't manage to even put out Kakuzu's wind enhanced fire.
Yeah, it might not do the wind enhance, but just the fire on its own because of the style, it might be able to at least block it.
The only time we see Kakuzu use fire style is when he uses the wind enhanced fire style. So I mean, it's just kind of like
he uses searing migraine, just the fire style on its own, and that's
yeah. And then later on he combo attacks with does the wind style enhance. Either way, still don't think it's necessarily strong enough. Like we just have no idea if the fire because like typing advantages do work, like they are useful, but like as we saw with Madara's fire style canceled out like the whole Shinobi Alliance's water style just because of how strong it was. So you'd still have to you'd still need proof that it's strong enough to wash away Kakuzu's fire style, which it doesn't have any feats. So there's just no way to prove that.
I'm not banking on the
crab.
At the very least, it could blind him. It does the bubble jutsu, so it might not block any of his jutsus, but that could be important if he gets blinded with all the bubbles on the battlefield for a second, and that Pain could come in and do one of the other moves I'll get into later. But if just one of the things like him getting grabbed by the chameleon and him getting blinded for a little bit could be important for later.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so the most important summon I think is the regenerating dog.
Okay.
This dog has the speed feats to keep up with Gamaken, who's like I said is equal with Gamabunta. He tags and hurts him, so he could damage him. And Tailed Beast showed the Gamabunta could take Tailed Beast hits and keep fighting, even though it did hurt him. So, well, the dog's definitely below Tailed Beast. It's at a point where it could hurt people that could take Tailed Beast attacks. So at the very least, I think.
We'll think about the scaling this way. Kakuzu is not able to be damaged by Perfect Jinchuriki. Okay. So we have Kakuzu at the top, then Perfect Jinchuriki, then regular Biju, right? Just the Biju's full power, which is about Shikaku level. And then below that, we have Gamabunta, Gamaken, and the dog summon. Okay. So we got like 3 levels of scaling in between where Kakuzu's durability lies versus where the dog's at. So the dog would not be able to damage Kakuzu in any way.
Like I said earlier, I do have questions about that scaling, but we do have a more direct scaling, which I think would trump that scaling, which is questionable, and that's the dog summon. It takes a Rasen Shuriken from a Chroma Cloak Naruto and doesn't have its body blown apart.
It does get bodied though, doesn't it?
Like... Yeah, but Nagato does say it won't finish him off, and that you have.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and say that Kakuzu's gonna be able to stop the dog from splitting apart or whatever. He's not gonna be able to do that. How Kakuzu's gonna defeat the dog is by not giving a shit about it and killing the animal summon later, so it'll desummon. That's how it'll be finished off. Like he could easily just knock it away for a bit or whatever, or just tank everything it throws because it's not gonna be able to damage him. It has no AP feats on that level. I just don't like. What was your questions with my scaling about Kakuzu being durable enough or whatever to tank the Biju attacks or something?
Yeah, the mostly the Biju bombs and whether or not or how much stronger if the two tails are what's her face is really a perfect Jinchuriki, if she's actually like how much stronger that actually makes her, and if doesn't make it so the scaling's irrelevant at that point.
We don't know exactly how much strong it makes them, but we know that when Naruto goes into his KCM2 cloak or whatever, his full Biju avatar, he goes from nearly dying to all of the version, or all the Jinchuriki, to, like, soloing all of them. So,
yeah,
it's a pretty big gap, and that is the Nine Tails.
Yeah, but that's also different because Kurama Cloak Naruto he wasn't able to take all of the Nine Tails chakra. Kurama held on to a bit of it. Well, like other ones like Gaara was able to use the full One Tails power when he went to sleep. So while Naruto had more control, he didn't have the full Nine Tails chakra.
You're saying he didn't have the full in KCM2?
Yeah, like in the KCM1, in the tug of war, he wasn't able
I'm not talking about KCM1.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying it's different because KCM1 to KCM2 isn't just Jinchuriki, the perfect Jinchuriki. It's Jinchuriki with partial Tailed Beast Chakra to perfect Jinchuriki with 100% Tailed Beast Chakra.
Yeah.
So it's a bigger gap than it would normally be if someone like, let's say Gaara with Shukaku using the
Sleeping Possum or whatever.
Yeah, Sleeping Possum versus if Gaara became a perfect Jinchuriki at that moment. Like if Gaara at that moment became a perfect Jinchuriki, I would assume he'd become stronger than he just was, but not to the extent of like KCM going to Kurama Cloak full Avatar Biju mode.
If Gaara became a perfect Jinchuriki right then, he would have all of his chakra plus all of Shikaku's chakra, right?
Yeah.
So that would What do you mean? I mean, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it totally could. Like, they literally say this is where Data gets that idea that like, the One Tails or the Three Tails was really easy to capture because it didn't have a Jinchuriki in it. Naruto plus the Nine Tails is way stronger than just the Nine Tails.
Again,
B is way stronger.
That was due to intelligence, though, which is the thing I find strange. So it might not be they get exponentially stronger; they just have better utilization of the power.
Well, yeah, right. Like Naruto is the one that's controlling or manipulating the chakra into his jutsu. Right. So if like any of the Jinchuriki just had really good chakra manipulation, then they potentially could utilize all of that chakra together at a way more efficient manner than, just the Biju could by itself. So, I mean, it makes sense why they become way stronger. Like, KCM2 is a massive upgrade for a reason. Like, it was huge. Mm-hmm. So, I think that, Yugito being able to go into her full Biju state or whatever would also make her massively jump in power. If Gaara went into a perfect Biju state, he would jump in power too, Yeah. More so than just Shikaku with just his chakra by himself, which is what happened with Gamabunta.
I have thought of that before. Like I thought that because the only thing that makes sense is because the tailed beasts are obviously intelligent compared to like how like if you just gave like a bodybuilder like martial arts intelligence, like when the Jinchuriki took over, because ninjas are trained in chakra.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So even if he can't damage, I mean, I do think he could damage Kakuzu at least if he's not using the diamond armor. I mean, if you say he's using diamond armor, yeah, fair enough. He'll probably just bite and like it'll be like chewing on a hard toy that doesn't do anything. But if he has release of the diamond armor, I do think he could do some damage. But even if he couldn't,
do you think his bite is more powerful than Yugito's paw strike?
I mean, it's possible because when a bite's coming in from both sides and there's no give. Well, if you get hit by a paw strike, you're getting hit against concrete, and when you're talking about characters this strong, like getting hit into concrete might as well be like getting hit into like a cushion because it gives.
Yeah.
So it could possibly, and like also like if you know like about like jaw strength and like physics, like and things like that, like when you
bite force is generally
bite force is extremely powerful.
Yeah, it is. It is the top. It is like usually the most pressure you can generate, but how much pressure can that dog generate is the question, right?
Yeah.
Because as far as I'm concerned, Kakuzu tanked a paper bomb, so that's more than that dog has shown, like.
Yeah. Also, because like we just established, like it won't go down by strikes. At the very least, even if it can't hurt Kakuzu, it could bite him just to hold him down for other pains to do whatever they need to do.
You think it can hold him down?
Yeah, I think so. Something of that.
Well, we're gonna talk about speed later. I've been kind of waiting to talk about speed, but I don't think this dog is gonna be able to touch this motherfucker. But let's continue. Hey, that's all the summons, right?
Yeah, and basically, even if it can't hurt him, like because we established, like it's like called the endless dog summon. The only way to stop it's like taking down the user. Like
Yeah, he had
one
to
of the
kill
ways
the
I think
animal
he could
path.
win- Yeah, yeah. One of the ways I think they could win is just wearing Pain or Kakuzu down until he runs out of chakra, and then take him out.
That's what Pain got to worry about. You ain't gonna be worrying about Kakuzu with that, man. Come on now.
So yeah, I'm just saying, Pain could be hiding in his invisible chameleon while the dog's doing all the fighting until Kakuzu finally runs out of strength.
Yeah, Kakuzu is too smart for that, man. He's not gonna just waste his chakra on some trash. Something that ain't gonna do nothing
he
to him.
wasted his chakra on the paper bomb, so unless you admit that the paper bombs would hurt.
Listen, man, that's not an anti-feat. That paper
Yeah, I
bomb
know,
could
I
be
know,
OP.
yeah.
Like, he might need to put chakra because that paper bomb could be blown up Jubito out here, man. Like, I don't know. That might be enough to destroy that dog for all as I'm concerned. But that's what I'm saying, you know. But yeah, I guess that's it for the animal summon. What next?
Yeah, just one more thing for the animal path is just that it has the ability to summon the other paths. So, like, if one is in trouble, like if the animal path is like hiding in the bird or in the chameleon, it could summon the path that's in trouble to themselves.
Really?
Yeah.
When does it do this?
Let me get that. It does it twice. I only have the one scan of it doing it, but the first time is when they first enter the Leaf Village, and the second time is after Pain does the almighty push. The one Pain throws the animal path into the sky, and then she summons all the other ones right above the Deva path, which is I have the scan right there I posted. So she could summon all of them or like parts of them, as she only summons.
So she can just summon any individual one of them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because we've seen her do other 5, and we've seen her do 4 others. So that
she could just summon them all immediately to fight Kakuzu.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing I have about the animals is, like, Kakuzu gets paid to fight giant monsters that are a lot scarier than the animal summons. So, I mean, this is kind of his job to beat these dudes up. So, I feel like most of them are going to get bodied. The only one that's kind of weird is the chameleon, but I'll talk about that later more when we get into speed. That's more relevant there, so. But yeah, anything else?
That's it from the animal. And the next one I was going to go into is the Deva path.
Okay.
Okay, so the Almighty Push, which repels anything, and it says including ninjutsu and taijutsu makes it ineffective. Do you know what statement I'm talking about?
Yeah, you talking about the data book statement?
Yeah. So I'm gonna he was able to break all of Gamabunta's bones with one shot, which is the basic, and he did it to all 3 frogs at the same time, which are of comparable strength. So that would make it at least considerably above the jutsu of the One Tails.
Yeah, something to consider with that, though, is, you know how big Gamabunta is?
Yeah.
So that means he's taking more of the brunt from the almighty push as well, right? Because he's bigger.
He would be taking more of it, but it's still spread out. It's the same PSI. It would be the same he's taking overall more force, but it's the still same pounds per square inch hitting him all over his body.
Yeah, but he's got more surface area that's taking more pressure on his body, right? Wouldn't that just mean that, like, it's kind of like base Naruto was able to tank it? So...
every push is different, and I don't...
It was the same push that broke Gamabunta's bones that base Naruto withstood, I'm pretty sure.
I didn't see... Hold on, I have the scan, I don't see base Naruto anywhere in that scan, and there's another instance of it one-shotting a Sage Mode Naruto clone, so I don't...
That's just a clone. Clone's trash durability. Base Naruto is able to withstand the almighty push, but yeah, breaking Gamabunta's bones, let's just say that, that's still not strong enough to harm Kakuzu. Kakuzu's more durable than Gamabunta, so...
Yeah, I'm just using that to scale it above Shukaku's attack, and like you said, you scaled...
Yeah, the air bullets, though.
Above that, yeah, you scaled Yugito above that, and then, so I'm also scaling Pain's push above that, and then, but that's not even Pain's full power, because he could charge up and make an even stronger push, so Pain would actually have like 2 levels of scaling above that.
So, I don't actually think it's gonna make any difference, just because the best showing... that I'll get to that here in a second. I'm not going to talk about calcs. I'm going to try to just do inverse scaling alone. So yeah, broke every bone in Gamabunta's body, so that's stronger than the air bullets. That's not stronger than anything impressive, though. How strong are the air bullets?
They're the jutsu that Shukaku was using to try to kill Gamabunta. So I mean, I would assume it's like on a similar level of Matatabi's the Two Tails Fireball that she was using on.
That's just an assumption, baseless.
Yeah, I
basically.
mean, it's just like their ranged jutsu that they use.
I know, but like we don't know how strong it is, right? Like every jutsu differs in strength. So how impressive specifically is the air bullets? Because sure, it's stronger than the air bullets, but how strong are they?
Let's see.
I'll tell you how strong they are. They're unquantifiable because they don't have any feats.
True. I mean, but we don't ever see Kakuzu get hit by a tailed beast bomb, so it's only.
We do see in the background of Kakuzu's fight that one of the mountains is like 2/3 destroyed, like completely vaporized. And what that suggests to me is that she used the tailed beast bomb.
It's possible. We don't know if it hit, and I mean, I feel like the tailed beast should have jutsu that could. I mean, I feel like a tailed beast bomb would like completely destroy that mountain, which wasn't even that big of a mountain. But
it could have been. It wiped out a good portion of it. Yeah. The only thing they've shown on destructive capability wise that could destroy something that big would be the tailed beast bomb. Tailed beast bombs do clear mountains, but that's it. If Yukito just fired it slightly to the left, it could have destroyed 2/3 and just
it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I think it's the most likely assumption, just because she has no other abilities even close to that. Like the fireball you mentioned earlier only destroyed a building they were in, the compound. It was a big building, but it was nowhere near mountain sized. So for Kakuzu to fight Bijuu and Jinchuriki, and man, I gotta find that other translation because the one I have does not say virtually. I don't know what that statement is, but that really irritates me. But either way, yeah, the mountain that was destroyed in the background was a Bijuu bomb, and you said you don't think it hit Kakuzu?
There's no proof it did. If it was, we don't know it's a Bijuu bomb, and if it was, we don't know if it hit.
Do you agree that it's most likely a Bijuu bomb that did it?
I don't know. I mean, because I feel like something even as weak as Datara's C3 might be able to do that because like it was such a small mountain.
Weak. You know that big boy feat has of destroying a village. You know who else was gonna do that with the C3? Datara was gonna do that.
Yeah, but like if like this feat of the air bolt that I showed of Shukaku, like if let's say this attack was powerful enough to go through rock, that I would say that blast is big enough to clear a similar hole. But like again, it would be an argument of potency. But I feel like the Bijuu should have some other attacks there's at least reasonably have other attacks that could possibly do that besides the tailed beast bomb.
I don't think so. There's no like Shikaku's air bullets didn't destroy anywhere close to a mountain.
Well, it didn't hit a mountain, but.
I mean, you just tell like it just clears a small part of the forest.
You can't prove that it landed, so.
I'm not saying that it landed yet. I'll get into that here in a second. What I'm talking about right now is just whether or not it's likely a Bijuu bomb, because we know for sure she has jutsu that can clear mountains. Bijuu bomb. Okay, the only jutsu she's shown to have that level of destructive capability is the Bijuu bomb. I don't think it's reasonable to assume she has some other jutsu that has that destructive capability, because that's a really big feat to destroy a mountain at that point in the series. Like, think when Madara chopped the mountain or whatever, Kakashi was sitting over there freaking out. He was like, oh my gosh, you just destroyed a mountain. Or it was the Bijuu bomb that went off that destroyed a mountain. That's a big destructive feat. So it would be weird. I don't know. I just couldn't imagine them having their strongest ability destroying a mountain. They would have other abilities that can also do that. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, there's just no proof of it. I think the most likely assumption is just that it's a tailed beast bomb. And if that's the case, there's two things that happened. Okay. Kakuzu dodged the Bijuu bomb is one option. The second option, and dodged the blast radius of it. The second option is just he just ate that shit. Okay. So which of those two do you think it is?
Well, I mean, considering it hit the mountain and Kakuzu wasn't on the mountain, I'm gonna assume he either dodged or he hit like Matatabi's face and it like the attack missed that way.
Okay. Yeah, I think those are reasonable interpretations of what happened. Either way, though, air bullets have no potency that you can scale to Kakuzu, so they're just kind of like strong enough to harm Gamabunta. I guess, but Gamabunta is still way below, and Pain it scales above the air bullets, but the air bullets again only could harm Gamabunta, not even fully.
Okay, so then do you agree that Matatabi's hand strike is unquantifiable as well against Kakuzu?
Her paw strikes were able to damage KCM2 or KCM Naruto.
Yeah.
Yeah, and full 8 Tails B as well.
Yeah, that's true. They were able to hurt him a bit.
Yeah, she like clawed the shit out of him. And like full Avatar B, like when she goes into her version 2 cloak.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, and the Eight Tails is also able to withstand his own BG bomb.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, and that would just mean that Kakuzu's durability is around B. I mean, it would be weird to me if Kakuzu fought Biju and they could just BG bomb him and kill him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if they could have did that, why didn't they?
Do you not think Datara would get killed if he got hit by a BG bomb?
Well, yeah, Datara ain't got the durability like Kakuzu, though,
but
man.
he also fights Bijus, though. So, I mean...
Yeah, but the difference between Datara and Kakuzu is that Datara is a hack-based fighter that flies in the air and drops bombs on people, whereas Kakuzu is a man that runs up to people and beats the shit out of them with his hands.
Okay, but what about Saucer? Do you think his Hiroko puppet would just tank a beast bomb?
His Hiroko?
Yeah, he relies on...
With his Iron Sand, he would.
Well, that's the third Kazekage.
Oh, you're talking about his Hiroko?
Yeah.
I actually do have an argument for it being able to do that, but I don't think the Hiroko is strong enough.
Okay.
The Hiroko isn't what makes Sasori above BG, though. It's his third Kazekage.
Yeah. I mean, all the Akatsuki members are able to fight Jinchuriki, and that would, of course, include Pain as well, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think Pain can do it through the usage of his Shibaku Tensei. It's person to person, right? A lot of the Akatsuki members either have hacks that are on the level of Biju, or they have AP and durability or some other kind of ability. Like Obito has some good AP feats that put it like he's able to block the Eight Tails punch with his fire style. That would be an example of like a durability feat that's on Biju level, right? But what was I going with this? What was I saying? Yeah, every Akatsuki member has an ability that can scale to Biju or Jinchuriki. They have to, because that's what they're hired to do. They fight Biju and Jinchuriki. Now, whether that ability is a hack or like ability that's not strength reliant is depending on fighter to fighter. Datara and Sasori, they have hacks, right? They have poison, which Datara also has, or Sasori also has his Iron Sand, which may just be strong and durable enough to block Bijus and stuff like that. But that's besides. Datara has his bombs. Kakuzu literally just has his hands in ninjutsu, like in diamond armor. So I think he just literally has to physically scale above them in some way. And he was shown tanking attacks from them as well. Attacks that could damage the Eight Tails. So,
yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just that the scaling with your present, which is possible, we don't know for sure. And what we do see is Kakuzu get overpowered by the Two Tails Paw Strike. Well, we also see Gamabunta grab Shukaku and allows Naruto to punch Gaara on top of his head, and he was able to hold him down for a little bit.
Who was?
To require relative strength. Gamabunta grabbed onto Shukaku, and they were struggling with each other when he turned into the Nine-Tailed Fox mode.
That's just lifting strength, man. That's not AP.
Yeah, but then...
Gamabunta held down the Nine Tails for a little bit, too, but he does not scale the Nine Tails in AP, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, just physically, he does.
Like I said, lifting strength, sure, Gamabunta is probably relative. I'm not going to argue Kakuzu's lifting strength is particularly impressive, because it's not. But AP is what we're talking about, durability. How strong they are and how durable they are, so... You would have to scale Gamabunta to a perfect Jinchuriki in order for this ability to matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then but we see the Almighty Push completely overpower 3 Gamabunta tiers and completely shatter.
The only one Gamaken. The other one does not have feats or statements.
True, that's true. But it's a similar size, and obviously to be that size, you have to be relatively strong. But 2 that are Gamabunta tiers that we know of.
Yeah, still not as good as Kakuzu, though. I mean, that's just 2 dudes that are relative to... Not even Shikaku. Shikaku, I guess, but, it's still, Shikaku could have, 2 or 3 shot his ass. You know what I mean? So, and it's air bullets, too, not even BG bombs or something that's actually strong and has feats. So, it's just, you have scaling for this ability that's just not as high as Kakuzu's. You did hear the scaling about the paw strike and shit, right? How that scales to the Jinchuriki or the full Eight Tails durability and stuff, and how that can withstand a BG bomb.
Because you said it hurt the Eight Tails.
Yeah, she clawed the shit out of him.
The
KCM2 Naruto and Killer B.
Yeah, I remember her doing it to KCM2 or
Oh,
I don't know,
KCM1.
I remember
KCM1. My bad.
KCM1,
My
yeah,
bad.
when
Yeah,
she was
yeah.
in her version 2 state.
Yeah, and she did it to
But
Killer Bee too.
I mean, they were like all ganging up on them from different sides and just like slightly hurting them.
I'm not saying it's a speed feat. I'm just saying it's
Yeah.
a durability or it's an attack potency feat. So he can at least resist that much damage. And are you aware of the statement that KCM Naruto said he's stronger than when he fought Pain?
Yeah, but I think that's because of his Chroma Cloak mode. But yeah.
It is. It is. I'm scaling Kakuzu to Chroma Cloak Naruto. So
Okay.
that not in speed and durability. Sage mode Naruto, despite being not as strong as KCM Cloak Naruto, which makes sense, he's did training since then, was able to completely withstand all of Pain, or it was directly stated that he can withstand all of Pain's blows. Like Pain cannot harm him. This is Sage Naruto. So this means Kakuzu.
One of the punches did hurt him a bit. He didn't do like notable damage, but Naruto was clearly hurt from it.
I think he literally says in the instance you're talking about right after that Pain can't hurt him. When he gets like put in a headlock and punched in the stomach or whatever.
Yeah.
He literally says right after that Pain can't hurt him. And Pain's like, Sage mode is a bother. Like, he just knows it's really strong. Like, he gets cracked right there, right? And then right after that, he's like, you can't hurt me. So, it didn't hurt him.
I mean, Sage mode does have really good durability. That's one of the things that it helps with.
It does. He directly says, though, he's stronger than when he fought Pain in his KCM cloak.
Yeah, though we don't know if it's, like, in that type of durability. Like, we have here this feat of after he goes Sage mode, like, pointy objects just break upon his contact with the skin.
Yeah.
So while Chroma Cloak mode is it's stronger, like would it?
It increases durability too. Because
yeah, it does.
The reason I'm saying that is because when Naruto gave like cloaks to people in the Shinobi Alliance, they were able to withstand the Ten Tails Biju Bomb and shit like that, right? So that cloak does give them significant durability, much in the same way Sage mode does.
They withstood the Cataclysm, but I don't think they took a direct Beast Bomb.
They didn't, but it still, like, they said that they would have died if it wasn't for Naruto putting that cloak on them.
Yeah,
so, and it was just a base cloak, too. It wasn't, like, something crazy like KCM cloak or something like that. So, if he's able to have a cloak that makes him physically stronger, I would reason that also makes him physically more durable, because that also means, it's a cloak that increases durability. Sage mode increases durability through the usage of chakra. He has more potent chakra now. It just makes sense.
Yeah. And now does any of his hearts have any durability feats once they're outside of his body?
Kakuzu's hearts, you mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Kakuzu's
Yeah,
hearts.
Pain's hearts don't have no durability. I'm sorry, man. Kakuzu's hearts don't really have very much durability now. I think, like, they're made of his worms. So you could argue that it's his worm's durability, but his hearts don't really get hit. They're just kind of like moving relative to Kakashi and like flying around the battlefield shooting like fireballs and lightning bolts at him and stuff. So.
Okay. So, I mean, my argument against that would be like, so if he splits up, if Pain decides to do a massive almighty push like he did against the Leaf Village, I think it could arguably take them all out, but at least it would take out the hearts that don't have like the earth.
The grudge fear or whatever.
Yeah.
I would argue that, like, Kakuzu, like, you know how below his skin he has the worms, right?
Yeah.
And that's, like, his tendrils and, like, his, durability is, like, linked to his grudge heart, and, I mean, not just his grudge heart, but also because, he has those steel threads beneath his skin, and they're called steel threads in the data book. And those hearts are, like, composed of that.
Yeah, but when splitting up his hearts also split up his chakra. Like, I would assume that he would be like one.
They're not his chakra. They actually have their own chakra.
Well, true, but I mean, if you brought them all together, you would assume he would be 5 times stronger than or at least much stronger than if they were split up, which is why.
Maybe.
Because when he was afraid of Naruto, he brought them all back to himself.
Did he? I can't remember that. You talking about when he goes into his Jugon state?
I don't know. I don't remember right when he goes back together for the first time, but I don't know if it was against Naruto or right before Naruto showed up. I could look real quick. But,
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Oh, by the way, found this.
which is the official translation.
I don't know. I'm not gonna argue it just because I don't know. But that's the one I saw, so you can see where I got my argument.
Yeah.
Anyway, continuing. Where was I? I was talking about steel threads. You think he gets much stronger and faster when he has all 5 in him? That's only when he goes into his Jugon state or whatever. And yeah, he does call all his hearts back in. That's his strongest state. And I'm assuming Kakuzu's probably going to go into that pretty fast against Pain, just because he does respect his charisma and power. You know what I mean? So he's not gonna toy with them like he did Kakashi and the rest of the group. He's gonna actually go serious. So I think he'll probably just go into that state immediately and just have all 5 hearts inside of him, and he'll be in this fastest, strongest state.
Okay, I mean, when he brings his hearts together and he does a combo Fire Wind Jutsu, it's matched by a base Naruto and...
Naruto's not base when he fights him.
No, he's not base when he fights him, but in the beginning he is base.
No, he's not. That's not true.
I get it for you.
Yeah, when he shows up, his eyes are slit red, or whatever.
This is him right when he shows up.
Oh no! I've been debunked! I'm just playing. When does he match him, though?
Yeah.
Show me the eyes then. Let's see the colored eyes then. You got all the colored manga, too. It's nice.
Yeah, this is just what it shows. It shows that right there.
Oh, where he futon Rasengans him?
Yeah. And then the next scene after that is him like in base with everyone else and with you.
Okay. Sure, we can say that was base Naruto, but it's also a futon Rasengan. You know, a base Rasengan can one-shot Pain, and this is a random fire jutsu from Kakuzu.
Well, it's powered up with wind style.
That is true, but it's specifically this jutsu is like a vortex. It like swirls the fire around, right? It's actually good for countering fire jutsu. So it may amplify it, but it's also circling in it. So I mean, it's just kind of like honestly a good counter to fire jutsu, because now it can't go outside of that tornado or whatever. It's just gonna get sucked in. So
Almighty Push should just dispel all of it, though.
Probably spitting with that one, but I don't think it will stop. I don't think he's fast enough to even deal with it. But we'll talk about that here in a second. Anything else? Almighty Push.
Then there's Almighty Pull, which I think the main thing would be that was combo attacks. So pulling them in for attacks from the other paths, which I'll get to when I get to those paths. But basically, because it's it's said to be like unresistible or whatever like that. Do you like disagree with him? He would get pulled in if he uses Almighty Pull.
Yeah, I actually do think he wouldn't get pulled in.
Why do you think he?
You know how he can put his tendrils in the ground and just hold himself in place like Casey or like Six Tails Naruto did. He put his tails in the ground to block Almighty Push and Pull. So he could easily just do the same thing, seeing as he's like actually just stronger than Six Tails Naruto.
Does he ever do that?
What?
Does he ever do that? Should he hold his tendrils in the ground to hold himself in place?
He does pull him. He uses his tendrils in the ground a lot, and they like come out the ground to surprise attack people.
Attacks, yeah.
I don't see why he wouldn't, consider he's like one of the smartest fighters in the series.
Yeah, but then that goes back to what I said about like Pain, like being able to like use his healing body and the invisible chameleon.
Pain's a dummy though.
Yeah.
Pain's stupid.
I don't know about that.
Yes, he is. He's dumb. He does not have good intelligence feats. His intelligence feats are getting manipulated by Obito, getting talked down by Naruto, and I don't know. He just doesn't have that good of intelligence feats, honestly.
Kakuzu is the guy who got tricked by the same thing twice.
It wasn't the same thing twice. They literally
pretty much the same
they tell Naruto, if you do the same thing again, you'll die this time. He's like, nah, I got this. So he pulled something else with the Shadow Clone, just slightly different. Enough to fool Kakuzu, but Naruto fools everyone in the series, so I don't care. He'd fooled Pain like 3 times.
Everyone's just dumb. Then.
No, he's not.
So there's a power that's absolutely inevitable, the Divine Palm that attracts everything in creation. So, I mean, even if Pain is, or Kakuzu, like you want to say, oh, he's strong enough to resist it, the ground isn't. So he's going to put his tendrils in the ground, he's going to pull Kakuzu, and he's going to pull the ground with him.
He doesn't pull the ground with him when he pulls Naruto.
Yeah, because Naruto's not holding on to the ground.
Yes, he is. He sticks his tails in the ground. Oh, no, wait. Are you talking about... Oh, you're talking about pull right now? Okay,
yeah, I'm talking about pull.
Yeah, so he could totally... Okay, so you're saying that he would just get pulled in?
you get pulled in, and if he puts his tendrils in the ground, he'll just
So
whatever he's holding onto is gonna get yanked.
what you're telling me is Pain's gonna pull in a melee fighter that is more skilled in taijutsu than him, and also strong enough to one-shot him.
I disagree with that, but we could get into that later.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. We'll say you can pull him in.
Yeah.
That'll be fine for me anyway. So.
Okay.
What's next?
Okay, the last thing for Devapath is Planetary Devastation, or it's Archibaku Tensei. Let's see. So it was able to seal the Six Tails. It overpowered its beast bomb that it shot.
Island level Biju bomb was trash.
Yeah. Kurama Cloak Naruto admitted inferiority to it, and he's talking about Pain's one. He said, "If you get caught, you're done for. If we get trapped, we'll never get out. It's too strong. I only got free last time because Ninetales rampaged."
Yeah. So you think it can seal Kurama Cloak Naruto?
Yeah.
Well, it's a good
Naruto
thing.
Says it can.
It's a good thing that Kakuzu's not Kurama Cloak Naruto. Then he's actually stronger and more durable than that Naruto. So.
Well, he thinks he could take him, Tachi, and Be all at the same time.
I'll just give you the big debunk immediately. I think Pain can't hold up the Chibaku Tensei.
Well, I disagree with that. I know what you're saying. The Ninetales only got out because it grew more tails and it surpasses the power at the beginning.
I agree, but like right after that, Pain starts like coughing up blood and like having like a fit because he's used too much chakra, and then Conan's like Nagato and like screaming at him because he's used too much chakra, and then the whole Chibaku Tensei just falls apart after that because he literally couldn't hold it up any longer.
Yeah, because he was trying to hold back such a powerful force, which I don't think Kakuzu is.
I mean, there's just
Kakuzu is stronger than like Eight-Tailed Naruto, then I would agree. Then yeah, he's not gonna hold him.
For one, I don't know how strong Eight-Tails Naruto is, but I do know how strong Kakuzu is. But either way, I'm not even gonna get into that. You're saying it's because he's holding in a powerful force. I'm saying it's because he just had the Chibaku Tensei up at all. I think the Chibaku Tensei is gonna have whatever prerequisite level of chakra it requires. Okay, it's going to have that level no matter what. He can make it bigger or smaller, but it's still just him infusing chakra into it. And the size he made it was too much chakra infused.
And yeah, but this was Pain after he already fought the entire Leaf Village and used the massive
That's true.
chakra to destroy the Leaf Village, which Konan even said that like
That's true.
Push was already too big for him. So this was like his second big move. He was basically just pushing himself.
Yeah, I agree. He was pushing himself really hard, but at that point, we don't really know. Like, if he can make a smaller one that's going to hold Kakuzu in, or if he's going to have enough chakra to maintain it for very long. We just don't know. Like, Pain's chakra reserve is, like, really in question at that time in the series. So, it's like, yeah, he has a lot of chakra because he can use these big jutsu, but how long can he maintain Kakuzu? Because, like a day? Let's say he holds it up for a day. What happens after the day? Kakuzu comes back out, and Nagato's out of chakra now, and so he can just beat him up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, like, if he could, like, just passively maintain it after once it's already made, because Naruto did say if we get trapped, we'll never get out. Though that could be because he knew he was
that Edo Tensei has regenerating chakra. So,
that could be the case.
Like, he wouldn't need to hold up the Ninetales for that long before he just moves it to the Akatsuki's hideout or whatever to suck its chakra out or whatever. He wouldn't need to do it that long. But in the case with Kakuzu, he's having to fight him, so, like, Kakuzu's just eventually going to come out of it. Like, he can't steal Kakuzu's Biju out of him. He doesn't have a Biju, you know what I mean? So
well, he might be able to, he was gonna take the Biju out, but they have to bring him to that area, and that thing was definitely too big to fit into their little summon.
I don't know exactly what Pain's plan was, okay? I'm just
He might have been able to extract the Biju chakra, or just chakra from him in general, because we see with Sasuke, he does the exact same move on the tailed beasts, and he just steals their chakra from them with the Renegon.
That's Sage's Six Pads shit, though.
The Renegon is Sage of Six Pads power.
I agree, but it's not the Sage of Six Pads powers that Sasuke had. Sasuke was way stronger. He summoned like 8 Chibaku Tenseis and also had other abilities that could absorb. Like, I don't know. Like, just comparing those two Chibaku Tenseis is just not fair to me at all. So,
I mean, I think it's reasonable considering, like, what else would he have done if he had a massive meteor with, like, the Ninetales in it? Like, what's he gonna do if he can't take its chakra? It would just eventually break out and bust his ass again.
Maybe, but the issue is that, like, he wasn't shown to be able to pull out the Ninetales chakra, and he wasn't shown to be able to pull, even maintain it for a minute. So again, like, how long is it gonna take? And can he pull someone's chakra out like Kakuzu's? I don't know. He only can pull out Biju chakra. That makes sense. But can he pull out Kakuzu's chakra too?
Yeah, I mean, I would like. It's hard to say for sure, but I mean, I don't see why like it would be different. Like there's like a reason.
Well, the difference is like the difference is like the Biju are pure chakra, right? They're literally just beings of chakra. So sealing them in something is you just sealed a bunch of chakra, and then they like use their Sage of Six Paths powers to manipulate that chakra inside of themselves, whatever. That's like all shit that involves Biju and Jinchuriki and stuff like that, though. That's not Kakuzu, who has a physical container. I don't know. It's just like completely baseless to say it would function like that, and it's also baseless to say that he would be able to maintain it for any significant period of time, or even be able to seal Kakuzu's level of chakra while he's in pain, while pain is like, you know, all old and shit and like rib caged. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So this ability is basically just not going to work. There's just no way for it to.
Well, I mean, that's probably all I have about Deva.
Okay.
The next one is the Osteropath. Basically, it has data book statements saying it has unknown bombing weapons not yet produced in the ninja world, and considering their six paths weapons, and like they're like not yet produced in the ninja world, I would assume that like that should scale them above basic paper bombs. So I would just say they would hurt Kakuzu if he didn't have.
What ability is this?
Just all the like missiles and weapons the Osteropath has.
What's it say? Is it the data book statement?
Yeah.
Repost it. Let me see this. A dangerous combat weapon with bloodlust. One of the six paths jutsu, in which arms weapons are invoked, turning the body into a weapon to deceive an enemy. Taijutsu is normally humanly impossible, involving shape changes that the user as well. The enemy undergoes a certain death attack, summoning unknown bombing weapons which are not yet produced in the ninja world to deal with the enemy. Produced in the ninja world?
Yeah, that means they're like not made yet. So, and it also says certain death attack.
This doesn't say that these weapons are better than other jutsus. It's just saying they're not produced yet, like they're not made yet.
I mean, I would just like the paper bombs are literally standard explosives, so
it would be a produced weapon, but this is not.
This is stated to be a certain death attack, and it's also a six paths like power. So to say the six paths power that's a certain death attack that's not yet produced in the ninja world should be lower than a base paper bomb is a little like wonky. Like that doesn't make much sense.
You're saying because it just says it's not produced though. Like I mean, even if you don't think it makes sense, like paper bombs hurt GB man. Like I don't really think that shit makes sense either. But it happened, and we just got to deal with it. So, like, it just says produced, though.
Yeah. It does say a certain death attack also, like I said, and Nagato was going to kill Biyu and blast his head off with it.
A certain death attack. Well, if it was certain death, then Choji would have died to it.
But it was blocked by
Kakashi's Kamui.
Kakashi, yeah.
Yeah, so what that sounds like to me, it's not certain death if you have...
Well, it has to hit, but it would have...
That's not what it says. I think it's just exaggerating. I think it's just saying...
it probably is, but I'm just saying it should be stronger than a base paper bomb.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to say shit about it, because paper bombs got OP feats, man. They're used so often for no reason, so... but yeah, okay, what's next?
Okay, the human path... It stated that it could take a person. It's instant death if it touches you, basically.
Yeah.
Post that.
Let me see. Instant contact between minds. You hold your opponent's soul in your palm and then steal it. So I have a few issues with this. Firstly, it's mind manipulation. They have to actually like go into the person's mind and like read their mind and then steal their soul. Okay, that's how it goes. So. If Kakuzu just has enough, or if it has any kind of like mind hacks resistance, which he does actually, he'll be able to resist the soul pool.
Okay, I'd like to see that, but it does say it's just the end comes when memories are read and instant death. But yeah, so
yeah, it's a mind jutsu that they like put on top of their head. They go into their mind and then they read their mind and then steal the soul. Right? What happens if he just can't go into his head though?
Okay, show me why he wouldn't be able to go into Kakuzu's head.
Are you aware of the novel feat where Kakuzu resists Genjutsu?
no, but I don't think resisting genjutsu is the same as not letting someone in your mind.
It stopped. Yeah, the genjutsu's trying to penetrate your mind, and this is not allowing that to happen.
With the genjutsu, but this is not a genjutsu.
This is a ninjutsu, but they both use chakra to penetrate minds, so it's just no different to me.
Sure, but any person, a bunch of people have resistance genjutsu feats.
Yeah, no one that had the soul pull on them. This only worked on Shizune and a random dude. And both of them are trash.
Anyone who's ever stopped a genjutsu, this wouldn't work on?
Provably so. Like, yeah, like that's just how it works. But another thing I have with it is people are able to resist like stronger soul manipulation just through their sheer willpower. Now, I'm not talking about the KCM Naruto instance where he pulls his soul back into the body. He did do that, but that's a different instance. I'm not saying Kakuzu has like the willpower of KCM Naruto, because that's just not true. But there is an instance with Hiruzen when Orochimaru is trying to pull his soul out with the Reaper Death, where he just straight up resists it through sheer willpower. And I think that could be easily the case. If someone just had more willpower than Pain, then they would be able to resist the soul pull.
I mean, that's a different technique, but it's possible.
Yeah, we don't really know. We don't have clarification on how this technique works. So if it's possible, then that means we don't know if this jutsu will work at all.
Let's see. Let's read it. Pain's 6 paths has a power that causes an effect similar to human death. A skill out of 6. By pulling out a human soul, this jutsu steals life. The hand guides the soul that ascends to paradise. A person's end comes when the hand is placed over his head, and then all the person's thoughts, without exception, are offered to the user. A completely inhuman jutsu, an indispensable jutsu, because in a few seconds the user is able to enter the target's mind and read their memories. If used during an interrogation, effectiveness is maximum. Even if the victim tries to resist, the opponent's information is deciphered. A power that is almost a divine miracle. So it says even if they resist, so I don't think genjutsu resistance, which it shouldn't even, because this isn't even a genjutsu, so that seems a little silly to me, but it says even if they resist, you can't, and it's like an almost divine miracle with, you can't compare genjutsu to.
Even if the victim tries to resist. Yeah, it says victim. I actually had this argument with someone earlier. That's saying they're victims, okay? What happens if someone's not a victim?
You're not a victim if they're not being touched by it. But
no, I'm saying, like, it says even if the victim tries to resist. What if Kakuzu just wouldn't be a victim?
But, I mean, the only way for him to not be a victim is if he doesn't get hit by the technique.
Or if he just resists it outright. So yeah, sure, victims can't resist it because they're victims. They already got done in by it. Like Shizune, she's a fucking victim, man. Like, she got done in. But Kakuzu, we don't know if he would be a victim.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that's just like wordplay and not.
I mean, this entire argument, that entire thing is kind of wordplay to me. So I mean, it's just even if they resist, like, cool.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm just using that because of the genjutsu argument, which I don't think applies anyway, since this isn't a genjutsu.
But here's another.
You disrupt genjutsu by, it's not with like willpower, it's with using your ability to like undo.
Thwart off chakra, right?
Yeah, but it's like when your chakra gets disturbed in your body, you sense it, and then you like basically undisturb it.
Not necessarily. There are a few ways through. That's one way you can release, right? Or you can use the release jutsu, which is disturbing your chakra, or you can have like a Jinchuriki or something like that can release your chakra. Or in Kakuzu's case, he just already knew. I don't think he didn't use release or anything like that, unless his hearts were disturbing his chakra. It happened in the novel, basically. There was this river that they were by that had a smell genjutsu on it, weirdly. And Kakuzu not only resisted it, he noticed it immediately. So he resisted it in some way, and I think that means he has the capability to thwart off chakra that's trying to invade his mind, which I would consider to be the same as this ability, seen as Pain is directly trying to put chakra in some dude's mind.
Yeah, but it also attacks the soul itself, which genjutsu doesn't do.
Yeah, but it has to do it through the mind, though. It's kind of like Tsukiyome is a genjutsu that works through attacking your psyche, right? But it also is stated in the second data book to be to obliterate your soul. So you can see how, like, if you could just resist genjutsu and prevent it from getting in your mind in the first place, it won't travel to your soul either. Part of that is just partially because getting into someone's mind and their chakra network can lead to your soul. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I find this argument a little. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's a bit of a stretch, especially saying someone like
it is a little bit
wouldn't have zero genjutsu resistance to someone of her like skill, like that old and like trained.
We just don't know. That's all I'm saying. We just don't know. Yeah. So and I can't. I'm not going to make a claim on something that's based.
I'm sure she has data book statements. I could go check right now, and she has a genjutsu level if you want to go look.
You can go check them if you want, but I'm not going to check them because I don't want to give you nothing.
Okay, I'll go look.
But I have another argument for this too. Well, if that's okay, while I make it.
Yeah.
So are you aware of the statement that Kakuzu's hearts are autonomous of him and like make their own decisions?
I mean that makes sense.
He got put under the shadow possession, yet his heart was able to free him. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. So his hearts, there's a direct statement that they're autonomous too. So they make their own decisions. They have their own chakra nature, seeing as that's what Kakuzu's jutsu is. It's taking other people's hearts and then using their chakra natures through those hearts. So they're their own beings, basically. So that means, you know how like every person's chakra is composed of spiritual and mental energy, or physical energy? Spiritual and physical energy. That means all 6 of those hearts have their own spiritual energy. And that means they all have their own spirits. So if Pain were to soul steal Kakuzu, he would have to do it 6 times.
Yeah, but if he does it to the main one, would those left, even if they work on their own, would they just be mindless attack robots, and would Kakuzu be considered dead at that point? Like, if Kakuzu's dead and he has just like random hearts that go around attacking his enemies, like
I don't know if it would be the main one though. Like he's got six souls inside of him. Like how would Pain know to pull out? It would be like a 1 in 6 chance, I guess.
Even if he does, I mean, he could just pull them all out. But,
yeah. Okay. What's next? I think that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just.
No, I'm not agreeing to it. I'm just saying that's fine for now.
Okay. Let me just give these stats over.
Okay.
So here is Kakuzu's. He has a 3 in Genjutsu, so it makes sense how he could stop a Genjutsu. And then here is Shizune's, and she has a 4 in Genjutsu. So,
okay.
And she her soul
so I actually figured something out about these stats the other day when I heard about it in your video. Do you know these stats aren't in comparison to other characters?
Are you saying like they're like just to show the ratio of their own power?
Yeah, it is. That's how they're actually written. Because
do you have
that's more.
That?
Yeah, I actually do. There's obvious evidence of this. You know that Sakura, I think her strength is higher than Naruto's in the data book stats, but like her raw strength stat.
Yeah, but it should be.
No, no, man.
Which version?
I'll have to look real quick. There's a bunch of examples of this. But
as you're aware, the stat books only go up to the Pain arc, so it wouldn't include. It would only be base Naruto pre-Pain arc. That's all it would include in the stat book.
I think it wouldn't be base Naruto. It could be Sage Naruto. Sage Naruto's in the 3rd data book.
I don't think it includes Sage Naruto because his stats are way too low.
Yeah, but let's.
Also, the thing that it would imply that it's not based off that is that like there's a clear linear line of power. Like the strongest are Itachi and Jiraiya, who both have a 35.5, and all the Genin are like down at like 13, 15. 16, stuff like that.
You're saying I'm not for sure exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about the total at the end?
The total at the end.
That's just because they have lower all stats in comparison to themselves. Like, they just have lower, like, Itachi and Jiraiya are good at everything, right? Like, they're not bad anywhere, whereas Genin would be bad somewhere, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're weaker to me. That just means that they aren't as... They have more flaws than them, like, overall, but that they could still have. Possible. You know what I mean?
But even with that, like, Shizune was given a Genjutsu a 4 here, and she overall, like, has a high score, and she's a Jonin that, what's his face?
She's a Chunin, I think.
No, she's a Jonin, Shizune, but...
still trash, though.
Yeah, but yeah, Kabuto was impressed by her, so, I mean... Someone of her level with a Genjutsu of 4 should at least have a...
Kabuto bodied her, though. Horribly.
He did. But he did almost hit him with...
Let's look at... what's Shizune's strength stat?
2.5.
Hold on, real quick. Let me look at Sakura stats. You're getting these off Naruto Wiki?
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm not mad about that, but hold on. Let's see. Her ninjutsu is only a 3 in the... Oh, here we go. This is perfect, actually. Okay. So, stats here are only a 3. And what's Tsunade stats in the data book? Tsunade.
It's gonna be a 5.
Yeah, there's a reason I'm bringing that up. Okay.
Yeah, I know the statement that say Sakura's comparable to her. I don't think she is. I think Tsunade is much stronger until later.
Oh yeah, why's that?
She just has way better feats, and I'm pretty sure it's just I might be stated that like sometimes like, oh, you might even surpass Tsunade one day. So like I think she's still not on her level.
You might surpass Tsunade one day. Who says that?
I think it might have been Chio. I'm not 100% sure.
Chio is the one that says she's equal to Tsunade in power. Initially, she says that, what you said. But then later, when she sees her, like, fight Sorcerer, she's like, oh, you're even equal to Tsunade's level of strength.
Yeah, I might need to see that. But the thing is, when was the last time she saw Tsunade fight? It was probably in the war when she was, like, much younger.
I'm not for sure. It was younger in her prime, though, so.
Because it was probably, like, the same war she fought Hanzo, and she was, like, significantly weaker then.
Was she?
I would say so, considering all the 3 signing together couldn't beat Hanzo.
That's just because Hanzo OP, bro. Jiraiya, even as an adult, didn't think that there was anyone that could beat Hanzo. And when he heard about Pain beating Hanzo, he was like, that's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that Hanzo still scaled above them even as adults.
It's possible, though. It wasn't like a guy that like Jiraiya never heard of. So like someone coming out of the woodworks and beating someone like Hanzo is.
He literally says though that he didn't think anyone could beat Hanzo, and that includes himself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be weird for someone to come out the woodwork, but he does still think that Hanzo is on that level. And the only difference between Tsunade, Hokage Tsunade, and like the Tsunade that fought Hanzo is she's younger, and we know that being younger increases your like physical stats and stuff. Like she shouldn't be weaker there. She shouldn't have less strength.
I don't think she had the 1,000 jutsu on her forehead yet, which she collects strength.
Well, this jutsu's not in reference to 100 healing Tsunade, like the one that fought Madara. This is in reference to the Tsunade that's in the data book.
Yeah, but she still has that technique on her forehead. Like,
she hadn't used it yet, though. Like you said earlier, with Sage, it's not including Sage mode Naruto.
No, just even like having it makes you stronger. Like if you see in the war arc, like Sakura didn't have it on her head, but all of a sudden it pops up on her head, just the diamond, not the full like mitotic thing. Then she gets stronger all of a sudden and performs her feat where she punches the ground and like sends all those 10 tails clones up.
I'm pretty sure she uses meiotic regeneration there. That's literally when she's like looking at Naruto and she has like the statement of I'm not gonna be behind them anymore. I'm gonna fight back to back with them. And then she summons the seal, and that's when Hashirama and like everyone was like, oh shit, she might be greater than Tsunade. Like all those statements.
I got it right here.
Yeah.
She just has the diamond on her forehead, and like it's the first time it pops up. Like she's like trash up until she gets this diamond on her head. Like even like going back to like the arc you were talking about, it was actually after the arc. She was literally knocked out by Kabuto flying into her from a Naruto shockwave.
A Naruto shockwave?
Yeah, 3-tailed Naruto. He shouted. He sent Kabuto back. Kabuto hit Sakura, knocked her out like clean cold, and then Kabuto got up after that. So she's just trash.
I mean, that doesn't sound like this feat in particular is not even impressive. Like she breaks some ground and kills some random clones.
No, I'm just saying she could only do this because she got the diamond, and I'm
not for sure about
doesn't
that.
Get the diamond until after the Hanzo fight.
You saying Tsunade doesn't have what? The diamond until after the Hanzo fight? She uses the
she
diamond in the Orochimaru fight.
Yeah. I'm saying she's stronger in part 1 and part 2 than she is against Hanzo.
You're saying that she didn't have the diamond back then?
I'm pretty sure she didn't. Let me look.
Let me look real quick. Let's just see.
Oh, actually her headband's covering her head, but there's no proof she has the diamond.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see this real quick. I think I actually have a scan on my phone that helps me look at this. Do you know what chapter this feat occurred in? Right here, where Sakura punching the ground?
I'm not 100% sure, but I'll try to look.
We can try and find it. Hold on.
probably. It's probably around 6:30. I'm going back from 6:33.
Alright, I'm looking on my phone to see if I can find the exact chapter right now.
Okay, yeah, here it is. 6:32. She
6:32.
doesn't have the diamond on her head. She's literally punching and fighting with like singular ten-tailed beast clones and like not even blowing them up. Like she just like stopped it in place, and then all of a sudden the diamond comes on her head. And then she like just
hold on one second. Let me look.
It.
I'm just gonna read it real quick. That way I can get my interpretations. Right back during the cheating example of those. It's now your turn to gaze at my back. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. She literally says, I just now reach full capacity and I can unleash it.
Yeah, that's what the diamond on her head represents. That's her reaching.
Yeah, that's her using meiotic generation then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like the thing with her face, like where like when they actually fully use it, like where they're actually expending the chakra.
She's releasing it right then. That's why she's able to punch the big ground and crater in the ground.
Yeah.
I think the lines might just represent when she's like healing or something.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm saying. But it clearly makes her stronger. I'm saying.
Yeah, it does make her stronger. I never disagreed with that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm saying the data book stats are including that power for Tsunade since she has the diamond on her head, but not for Sakura since she doesn't have it at that time.
So, Tsunade isn't necessarily using the diamond on her head at all times, though.
Yeah, I'm just but the data.
Sakura is specifically unleashing it here. I don't know if the data book is actually incorporating that or not. Let's use a more obvious example. What's Madara stats?
Madara, he doesn't have any.
Okay. Let's do Kakashi stats. I'm looking for him real quick. Man, Kakashi's got a long data book page. I should have known better than this. Kakashi stats data book.
I mean, I have all three of them right here. If you want to just look, I could just bring it up. It's from the website again.
Okay, cool. He's got a 4 in Taijutsu, a 4 in Genjutsu. What's hold on.
That's his like part one, beginning of part one stats, and then
yeah, he's got a 5 in ninjutsu. What's Itachi's ninjutsu score?
Probably 5.
Oh boy. Let's look for that.
I get it.
Yeah, it's 5. Okay. Are you aware of the statement that the Amaterasu is the strongest ninjutsu that Black Zetsu's ever seen? Or just is the strongest ninjutsu?
Well, 5 is the highest number, so like you could both be a 5, and one 5 is just 100 times stronger than another.
Okay, so you're saying to me that this is just in comparison to themselves then? It's not actually like linear like that?
5 is the limit of the numbers, so once you go beyond 5, then it becomes inaccurate.
Okay, so hold on one second. You think... I'm trying to figure out what you're saying here. So the 5s aren't necessarily representative that they're equal. One could just have a higher 5 or a higher whatever.
Yeah, I'm saying like let's say for example, let's say a 1 is building level, a 3 is town level, and then a 5 is city level or something. But then a 5 could like planet level would also be a 5 because you can't go higher than a 5 on this scale. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's like well, you just go up to 5, and then once you're at 5. You don't know how strong they are.
Okay, so you're saying that, like... I feel like this is just an assumption, though. Like, is there anything that actually suggests that, like, someone having a higher number in their stat means that they're higher than each other? Like, because to me, what these stats represent, like another possibility of interpreting these stats, is just that these stats are only in comparison to themselves, right? Like, Jiraiya, or let's use Itachi. Itachi stats, like, he has a 5 in ninjutsu, right? That's because his ninjutsu is really strong. He's got a 5 in genjutsu. That's because his genjutsu are really strong. It's his 2 best abilities, so they're going to have the highest stats, right? What's Kiba's stats? I wonder what he has in the... Well, damn, he's not in the third data book. That's anything impressive. Let's do Neji. Let's look at Neji's stats. I guarantee there's going to be some more like these, but Neji data book stats.
There are contradictions, and I have some in mind, but like I think because when you're doing this many stats, there's going to be contradictions. I'm just thinking, like when you look at all of them, like Lee, it would be a when we first see him. He would be like a 5 in taijutsu, but well, I mean in skill, but if for someone of his level, he's already like super powerful.
Yeah. Okay. Here's Neji's stats. Look in 1 second. Let's look for Okay, Kakashi, Itachi, and Neji all have the same taijutsu stat. And Lee has a higher taijutsu stat than all of them, right? He's got a 5.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're aware that Kakashi is just like, what is that? Just talking about their skill then?
I mean, I think so. I think strength would be their physical strength.
Yeah. So, they have a strength stat too. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I mean, it just seems to me that this isn't necessarily correlative to each other, but rather to themselves. I don't know. Like, that's just my interpretation of it.
That's a possible interpretation, but like either way, I mean, like I said, her 4 of genjutsu should mean she has.
Okay. I think we can move on from this point. This wasn't that big of a point anyway. Like,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So where was I? I'll repost it because so many scans are posted. But we're going back to the Naraka path, which has the same power basically as the human path.
Yeah.
It says, an unforgiving act of manipulating life and death by bringing the king of hell. The soul of a living being is pulled out to be eaten. This hijutsu brings the king of hell. The soul is then devoured to end the weight of the life.
Yeah.
The force is brought out. The instant the user touches someone, it is impossible to resist. Once grabbed, the person has only death ahead of them. In order to judge the authenticity of the answers provided to the interrogator, the gift of a peaceful death awaits those who tell lies. Due to the power of the 6 paths, the user has authority over the god who governs life and death. Kill or outlive, everything in the hands of the king of hell. So
isn't this the pain that Konohamaru soloed?
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I've heard of what you said before, I thought you believe all the pains are relative to each other.
I do think they're relative to each other, but the reason I'm bringing that up is because like he wasn't able to pin down Konohamaru, so I don't think he'd be able to pin down.
Jutsu on him.
He was using the jutsu on Ebisu, and then Konohamaru interrupted it. Do you know how the King of Hell like got bodied during the war arc?
I don't recall.
It just got a bunch of kunai and shuriken thrown in it, and it died.
Can you show me that?
Yeah, I can show you. It's pretty terrible. Hold on. But it might not have died, but it got messed. It was desummoned or something from it.
But I think the stats of the pains just depend on how much chakra Nagato implements into each one. So I would assume like he thought he was fighting a kid, so he just didn't waste that much chakra on that one.
Maybe. It's just kind of unquantifiable. I don't see why he would make it. Like, he's just assaulting the Leaf Village as a whole at that point. He's not necessarily fighting anyone strong. We just don't know, really, though. So, I'm not going to even really comment on it. Either way, though, let me look for this real fast. Also, my argument earlier about Kakuzu just being able to willfully resist the King of Hell or whatever, he might just be able to do that. But what does this say again? The force is brought out. It's impossible to resist. No! It's BS. Kakashi would just convoy that dude, or I'm going to throw a shuriken in it. Yeah. here, this is what I'll say about it. Let me post the scan real quick. So every time the King of Hell is used, you can see the Narakapath grabs them by the throat and lifts them up to the King of Hell, and their tongues come out. Okay? The Narakapath has to defeat that person in order to use the King of Hell afterwards. It's not like a jutsu he just summons and then it like immediately goes and rips out their tongues. Narakapath has to like already have had them defeated and like choked in the air.
He just has to grab them, and then there's like soul starts coming out.
Yeah, he has to grab them, right?
Yeah.
Not a good idea with
Kakuzu. About
Kakuzu.
earlier, with the Almighty Pull combo, he could Almighty Pull into a Narakapath or a Human Path combo. I mean, I would assume Pain would do it to the Human Path because I'm thinking he's going to keep the Narakapath back.
Yeah.
To start fixing bodies.
I guess this would be an appropriate time just to talk about Kakuzu's skill then. You're aware that he, like, decimated Kakashi in the taijutsu department?
Can you show me that?
Yeah, I can. I'll have to get the fight real quick. You know the chapter of it off the top of your head?
Like 330.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. You'd think after reading this so much I'd have it memorized. No, this is before they go out.
Okay, 334 is where the fight starts with Kakashi. Starts with him like piercing.
Yeah, Raikirin him or whatever.
The heart behind.
Yeah, okay. So, here's the first thing. So, Kakashi has his Sharingan activated right here. You can see that. When he stabs Kakuzu, his Sharingan is activated. Okay. Are you aware of the statements that the Raikiri increases your speed?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So after he gets done piercing Kakuzu, he activates another Raikiri and then starts charging at Hidan. Okay. So his Raikiri is activated and his Sharingan is activated. So he's the fastest possible he can be. Okay. This is the very beginning of the fight too, so there's no argument that he's weakened. And then he begins rushing at Hidan. And while Kakuzu is on the ground, laying in front of Kakashi, who is already charging at Hidan, Kakuzu gets up from being prone and then just kicks him through a tree, all whilst he has the Sharingan activated too, so he's well within his vision. So Kakuzu, like, murder blitzed Kakashi right there and kicked him through a tree at full power.
I mean, it was a surprise attack, so I don't...
It wasn't surprised, he has the Sharingan.
Yeah, but he thought he was dead, so like he just wasn't like in his mind.
Even if he thought he was dead,
I don't think it was. Like, it's not like he attacked from behind. Like I think it does make Kakuzu relative, but I just don't think it would be blitz. It just means
so
he's at least comparable to his
you're aware that the Sharingan allows you to see all kinds of different angles and stuff, and like he can see on the ground right in front of him. So why, even if he was like surprised that Kakuzu got up or whatever, which there's no proof of that, he still could have moved out the way or chopped him with his Raikiri or something like that, and he didn't. Kakuzu just straight out.
Enough to where he could hit him.
Yeah, Kakashi was also close enough to where he could hit him, but Kakuzu moved way faster than him. He got up off of the ground and kicked him before Kakashi could react. And you can see Kakashi got...
Early in the debate, you said Kakashi and Kakuzu were relative in speed.
No, I said Pain and Kakashi were relative in speed, not Kakuzu. Kakuzu blitzes Kakashi horribly.
Yeah, I don't think that is enough from this one instant, especially like.
There's other instances where he beats the shit out of him too, but Kakashi's used a lot of chakra at that point.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at my. I have a few arguments against Kakuzu's speed. Okay, first is that he was outpaced by Shikamaru.
Kakuzu wasn't trying to kill him right there.
Why?
For one, he's just punching him, not even with a diamond armor punch, so he's not full power. Okay. The second thing is that Hidan specifically told him not to kill them because he wanted to.
Yeah, but this was before that.
It might have been before, but either way, Kakuzu's just throwing a punch. It's not diamond armor. He's not going full power, and Shikamaru being able to dodge him isn't like some anti-feat either.
I mean, it was a surprise attack, and he was able to dodge and outpace him after that.
Yeah, but Kakuzu could have easily just not been going all out, or Shikamaru is just that fast. So he could just
but
be faster than Kakashi.
Shikamaru scales to Hidan later.
No, he doesn't. He blitzes Hidan.
He does at one point, but there's other things that show he is somewhat relative.
I don't think Hidan tags him a single time. Because if he did, he would have killed him.
Shikamaru comes up in front of him. Hidan sees him, and Hidan was able to react to that attack. But then Shikamaru does restrain him there.
Yeah, that was a planned attack from Shikamaru, and it worked.
He had to do that because he can't just blitz him and like cut his head off.
Even if he could blitz him and cut his head off or whatever, like his plan was to get him in shadow possession so he could bury him in the forest.
Yeah, and then here also he tries to surprise attack, behead him from behind. And even though it was a surprise attack, Hidan was able to move out of the way. He only got partially cut, even though he was trying to chop his
That's
head
Shikamaru
off.
tagging him, so that's proving Shikamaru's faster than Hidan. And
yeah, I mean, Hidan started to dodge as it was right next to his neck.
Are you aware of the blood incident?
Yeah, no, I believe Shikamaru is faster, but I think they're comparable.
Okay. I don't think this proves they're comparable. I think this literally just proves that Shikamaru is faster than Hidan. Like, he's like basically doing whatever he wants to him. Like, he put him in a shadow possession freely. He tags him twice, or he tags him once, and he blitzes him once. And Hidan has no feats of tagging Shikamaru.
But he didn't do whatever he wants to him because he wanted to cut his head off, and even in a surprise attack, he failed. So like I said, Shikamaru is faster, but Hidan's just fast enough to where he could just do some things against him.
No, he straight up blitzes him. And what surprise attack are you talking about exactly?
The one I posted. He comes at Hidan from behind right here. You can see him like surprised turning around.
This panel, like the one where he's got his knife next to his neck?
Yeah, so he just came at him from behind, and he's looking at him, and he's about to cut his head off, and then he just moves out of the way at the last second and only gets like part of his neck nicked.
Well, that's enough for me to say that he's fast enough to tag Hidan. So, I mean, like,
he's fast
again,
enough to tag Hidan,
but
that was a surprise attack from close range.
I don't necessarily think it's a surprise attack, but I don't know. Like, there's just no proof it's a surprise attack here, at least, because Hidan's just looking around there. I don't know. So, it's just like, you have an instance where Shikamaru tags Hidan, we have an instance where Shikamaru blitzes Hidan, and then we have another instance where Shikamaru shadow possesses Hidan. And you're saying they're comparable. See what I'm saying?
Enough to where he could block one punch and he could just dodge a surprise attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's a real debunk to this.
It's at the beginning of chapter 337 if you want to see the full context.
Here's a real debunk to this. You know, Choji says Kakuzu's faster than everyone there.
I'll look at that, but I mean I would believe it. Like he does seem he could be a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Than Kakashi.
I'm not just saying just Kakashi. That includes Shikamaru too.
Well, I think Kakashi's faster than Shikamaru.
Okay, well if Kakuzu's blitzing Shikamaru, then it's obvious Kakuzu is holding back against Shikamaru in that first like punch he throws or whatever.
I just think Kakashi and Shikamaru are relative to.
You think Kakashi and Shikamaru are relative?
No, I think at bare minimum both of them are relative to Kakuzu.
Kakuzu blitzes him though. Kakashi has 0 feats of tagging Kakuzu. 0. Besides the one he surprised attacked him with.
He has feats of dodging his jutsu, and he has feats of outspeeding.
His jutsu speed is not the same as his taijutsu speed, though, or his movement speed. Kakuzu physically outmoves Kakashi in the panel where he gets up off the ground and kicks him. Like, he just straight up outmoves Raikiri Kakashi. And that's just undeniable. He has to get up all the way off the ground and throw a kick before Kakashi can just run up to Hidan and kill him.
Well, it's not that hard to throw a kick like that, especially when you're that strong. All he has to do is push up with his arm and do a side kick quickly from the ground. It's extremely.
I mean, it still requires more movement than what Kakashi's doing. Like all Kakashi has to do is just move across his corpse that was lying right in front of him.
Yeah, he was going towards his corpse, which also would make it hard to change his direction because his momentum's going that way.
He was not going to change his direction, but he could have just chopped Kakuzu. There's nothing stopping him from doing that with the Raikiri. The issue is Kakuzu straight up outmoved him, and I don't think you can argue he's surprise attack because he's still in Kakashi's vision. So he had to have blitzed his vision. Like, there's no way he didn't just not see that and do anything about it.
I just think he's fast enough to the point where if Kakashi's not ready for it or prepared for an attack from him, he's gonna get hit. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you would agree that a pro boxer could block another pro boxer's punch, right?
Yeah, they could sometimes. It just depends on the boxer, but yeah.
They're not gonna block a sucker punch almost like 99% of the time.
Yeah, I just don't consider this a sucker punch. Like, if you're in the midst of a fight, right? Like, you're switched on, and you're, like, in the midst of a fight, and someone's in your vision, and you may not think they are a threat or whatever because you've killed them, but they're still in your vision, and then they move and come at you and attack you, and you don't move out the way in time or react at all, that's a blitz to me, 100% of the time.
I think it depends on the context, and I think from here he's too close for it to be considered a blitz. I think it was just enough for where he could tag Kakashi.
I think it's a perception blitz, and because he's within his perception, you can't deny that. And without like, you would have to argue like, I don't know, it's just a perception blitz to me. He straight up moved faster than Kakashi could see, or else Kakashi would have saw Kakuzu right in front of him, and he would have hit him with the Raikiri. And it's just like that paired with the Choji statement that Kakuzu's faster than everyone there would just mean that like Kakuzu is just faster than Kakashi and Shikamaru. And you think Kakashi's like faster than Shikamaru as well, right? You said that earlier?
Yeah, he probably is, but
okay.
Shikamaru's fast enough to where he can react and move out of the way.
Okay, so if Kakashi's faster than Shikamaru... Yeah, I'll show you. If Kakashi's faster than Shikamaru, okay, and Kakuzu is faster than Kakashi based on the Kakuzu state, or based on the Choji statement, right, which I'll show you here in just a second, that seems like to me that the fact that Shikamaru can dodge Kakuzu would just meant Kakuzu was holding back. Which is in character for Kakuzu to do, because he was not going all out on everyone immediately. He wasn't using all of his big jutsu immediately. That's not how Kakuzu rolls. Kakuzu likes to play with his food. Kakuzu was having fun with them, you know what I mean? So, and it's not like he was in his Jugon form either, which also makes him faster and stronger. So, it just seems to me that Kakuzu was holding back against Shikamaru, and there's no true scaling of Shikamaru to Kakuzu. And even if you do say he scales, like, that's not some kind of anti-feat. I don't think that, like, if you say Shikamaru is faster than Kakashi, that generates some contradiction or something. Like, even if you want to say, like, we both, like, if we take the feat of Kakashi dodging, or Shikamaru dodging Kakuzu's attack, it's just, like, 100%, like, Kakuzu's moving full speed, Shikamaru's moving full speed, that would just mean Shikamaru can move faster than Kakuzu. Because Kakuzu's, like, attacking Shikamaru from behind there, and he doesn't even have the Sharingan, and Shikamaru is able to move out the way. Yet Kakashi, with the Sharingan right in front of him, gets, like, tagged. So, that either means Shikamaru is way faster than Kakashi, or it just means Kakuzu was holding back against him. Those are the only two options to me. So, but yeah, let me get this Choji statement real quick. You can give your rebuttal to that if you want.
Yeah. To me, I just think it's like supposed to be an oh my god, this guy who we thought was just stabbed through the heart is alive and he just kicked Kakashi. That's how I see it. It's not supposed to show it's like this guy just speed blitz Kakashi, and that's what we're supposed to be focusing on. I think we're supposed to be focusing on how this guy's still alive. And while he could be faster than Kakashi, especially if you give a statement that proves he's faster than Kakashi, I don't think that means he's like perception blitz above him usually. If he was, I don't know why he wouldn't just blitz Kakashi.
I think he did blitz Kakashi. Like
Kakashi,
but yeah,
Kakashi saw that speed and thought he could still fight him after that. Like he literally squared up.
He doesn't have an option.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an option. He has to fight him one way or another because he's been assigned to the mission to fight him. Like he's got to fight him. He's trying to finish. He doesn't want the Akatsuki to progress in their plan. So even if he doesn't think he can fight them, he's still gonna try. You know what I mean? Here's the other incidents of just Kakashi getting bodied. And granted, Kakashi's in the air, but like I'm just showing more consistency that Kakashi was just not on Kakuzu's level. Let me keep going. I'm looking for the Choji statement. I'm going through the chapters as well. Oh, wait a second. I have a whole Kakuzu page. That would probably help me with some of these. Alright. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm posting this for later. I'm not going to use it yet, but it's going to become relevant, I'm sure. May have already missed the statement. Maybe. Hold on. I know where it's at in my DMs with somebody.
Yeah, speaking of this panel, you posted whenever you. Well, I'll wait until we get to the next one you post, but we could go into how I think, or Naruto ascertaining he only needs 3 clones to take on Kakuzu and land his attack, and he does it twice. So we'll go into that after you post.
Yeah.
Posting.
Okay, here it is. Then we're stuck. We can't hit him that fast. Not this guy. And this comes right before that assault speed statement, too. This is after he goes into his Jugon form, and then he, like, starts jumping, like, really high in the air and shit, and, like, Kakashi says he's really fast when his tendrils, like, blitz him, which also imply that, like, you know, Kakuzu's gotten even faster. But yeah, Choji just straight up says no one there is fast enough to hit them. So, yeah, that would scale it above Kakashi as well. He's, like, the assault speed thing, is literally just Naruto saying, based on his assault speed and battle style, I'm going to need it 3 doppelgangers for the diversion alone. Do you know what a diversion is?
Yeah, it's just to distract him.
Yeah. So, like earlier when you were arguing that Kakashi got surprise attacked, he got his focus diverted to Hidan, right, is what you were arguing. This argument works in much the same way. Kakuzu straight up blitzes the clones, which are relative to Naruto in speed. The only times Naruto hits him is when he diverts his focus and then hits him from behind, right? So Naruto does not scale to him in speed.
But Pain does see him coming, though.
Huh? Pain?
Or Kakuzu. Kakuzu does see him coming.
Not necessarily. He just kind of looks over, and you know Naruto's behind him. But that could just be Kakuzu suspecting he's about to get hit from behind. But either way, this statement just outright proves that Kakuzu, the intention of Naruto was to surprise attack Kakuzu. So he did get surprise attacked, and in the only instance where Naruto is not surprising Kakuzu, 3 of his clones get blitzed by the tendrils, which are relative to him in speed. So, yeah, Kakuzu should just be outright faster than Ninetales Naruto.
I got it right here. Okay, so while he used those clones to get him into this position, once he's in this position, Kakuzu clearly sees him.
No, Kakuzu's back is turned to him. He's not seeing him. He's just looking over.
He's turning over that way.
Look at where his vision's at. His vision is not looking at Naruto yet. Naruto's just already behind him.
I mean, he could hear him. The Rasen Shuriken is pretty loud.
He just has an exclamation mark. For one, that's not true. That's just what the anime does. The anime is not indicative of what the manga is. We don't know how loud it is. And either way, Kakuzu's attention was not focused on him. Have you ever heard of, like, the deer in headlight syndrome? Mm-hmm. You, like, driving down the road. The deer could easily run off the road. It's fast enough, right? But it gets distracted on the headlights. That's exactly what's happening to Kakuzu.
Mm-hmm. And do you think he has no sensing capabilities at all?
He might have some sensing capabilities, but Naruto is so good at surprise attacking people. He can surprise attack people who can see into the future and predict the future, like Sasuke and Kaguya. So, like, his ability to surprise attack Kakuzu here is not surprising. He also surprise attacks Pain multiple times as well in similar fashion. So, Naruto being able to surprise attack Kakuzu is not an anti-feat. He does it to literally everyone. And the only time where Ninetales Naruto is going straight up head-to-head with Kakuzu in speed, Kakuzu blitzes 3 of them.
Okay, I mean, I would be able to give you that if it happened once, but considering he did it twice, I honestly...
The thing they say about that, though, is the first time, he almost lands it, right? The second time, they say, Naruto, if you do that again, you're going to lose. You're going to die. So don't do it again. And Naruto's like, no, I got a good plan. It's like, you better have a good plan, is what they're telling him. Like, he has to have a new plan, a new good plan, because if he does the same thing, he will die. Okay? So he does something different the second time that just surprises Kakuzu even more. Not for sure what the difference was. It was just some difference in the Shadow Clone trickery. This chapter was really rushed, too. So I don't think they gave Kakuzu a proper death at all. I think it was kind of an ass pull, if I'm being honest. But that's irrelevant. Either way, yeah, like, he doesn't do the same thing twice. He's just surprise attacking him. He was in the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, he altered it up a little bit, but if he hits fast enough, he would just completely blitz him, like, regardless.
Not necessarily. He could just be surprised. We don't know how much faster he gets between there and the War Arc anyway, so... It's just like... Or the Pain arc, I mean.
He's only in his QBI version, and Pain was able to react to Sage Mode Naruto and Six-Tailed Naruto.
Base Naruto is able to block Pain's attacks like 8 times.
Yeah, he blocks a few taijutsu attacks, yeah.
A bunch of them. More than any time Sage Naruto attack. Sage Naruto, he only reacts to one Sage attack, and it's right as Naruto enters Sage Mode. He blocks that one kick. Then after that, base Naruto reacts to him like 6 or 7 times, and Sage Naruto bodies the Paths of Pain many times after that.
I guess I could go into my pain scaling or speed feats.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's see.
Do you know what chapter the Pain fight starts?
I think it's around 4:30ish or something like that. Okay, here's one. Let's just talk about Pain in relation to Kakashi, I guess, first, and I'll do Pain in relation to Naruto after that.
Okay.
So here, Pain reacts to a surprise attack from the ground from Kakashi and is able to push him back.
The difference is, though, Kakashi is having to move a lot more distance. In fact, Pain doesn't have to move any distance. Pain just has to mentally react, whereas Kakashi has to physically tag him. So, yeah. I don't think this necessarily proves Pain is faster than Kakashi, just that he can mentally react to Kakashi.
Yeah, not this feat alone, but I got some more.
Okay, what's the next one, then? You know what chapter this is in?
This might be like 420 something.
420? Alright, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, here's another one where he moves a relative distance. This is the Asura path.
Yeah,
Kakashi does his lightning blade from behind, which is his next speed.
Is this after Lightning Dog?
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure Kakashi uses Lightning Dog really early. And here's a feat of Kakashi also just dodging a Path of Pain. A kick from the Deva Path, in fact.
Yeah, and then he gets tagged right after that.
When does he get tagged?
In the bottom of that scan. He dodges the kick and then just gets stabbed with the chakra rod.
Oh, yeah, I remember this, but what happens after that?
Then his chakra rod like messes with him.
Yeah.
I got it. I think I have to scan.
Yeah, I know it's scanned. I see it right now. Either way, still ducking at the same time. Pain can throw a kick, but yeah, hold on. Getting tagged doesn't necessarily mean you're just slower. It could just mean you're relative to.
Yeah.
But
so that's him dodging it again. But he partially used the chakra rod to help him dodge there. But
yeah.
That just proves that he gets a chakra rod and Kakuzu that could really mess him up.
The Kakuzu rods won't be able to pierce Kakuzu at all.
Even just touching them messes you up, even if he just touches them. So if he's Pain is using...
Didn't Sage Naruto just break one, though?
I think he did. But I guess if you could instantly touch it and like release it, you might be fine.
I think you could just break him if you just hit him.
But yeah, like these guys basically said, Madara uses the same type of rods when he was in Sage Mode, when he got the Renegon, and they're basically saying how it's not a good idea to touch them.
Yeah, don't touch them.
Here is,
yeah.
Not say, or this is just
I know the chakra rods suppress chakra or whatever.
Yeah.
That's fine, but it doesn't really change anything for me because I think they won't even pierce Kakuzu. Nor would they... Hold on, let me turn up your volume a little bit. Apparently, people are
I
saying
mean,
it was quiet.
if they disturb jutsu, they might just if they like come in contact with Kakuzu's skin, or if they disturb chakra,
It won't come in contact with the skin though.
But let's say if it did, if he just stood there and got hit by it, then like his durability might be negged due to his durability coming from chakra, and if the chakra is disturbed, then it might just go through his skin.
What's the instance where Sage Naruto breaks the rod? But also, I don't think that that's how that works. I think it has to be just your regular skin or whatever. If you have some kind of medium in between that, like blocking it, like if you had like, anything just blocking it or whatever, then I think that's fine enough to say it won't pierce, because Sage Naruto can just break it. So, I mean, I don't see why Kakuzu couldn't just also break it. Especially if he has diamond armor, which puts a layer in between his like skin and,
Yeah, but he can't move if he's using diamond armor, at least on...
He can throw a punch with it.
Yeah, because he makes his arm diamond armor, and then he leaves his shoulder, I guess, like
yeah, exactly, right. But that's all he needs to do. He only needs to. I mean, even then, like if he just flexed and put all of his body in diamond armor while Pain tried to stab him, that rod would just break on his skin. Or his diamond armor, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm looking for the... But yeah, like I said, like the diamond armor might be disturbed by the touching of the rod. But I'm looking.
I don't think it would be disturbed if he had diamond armor on. I think it's the opposite way. Like it would disturb his chakra if it could get through the. It's kind of like this, right? Like you know how like the Hyuga. I know this is a different ability, but the Hyuga can attack chakra points directly and stuff. Mm-hmm. They couldn't do that if there was something in between the skin. Like if Gaara like put up a sand shield, that would block Neji's like chakra attacks or whatever, because there's a layer between like the skin, whatever, you know what I mean? And I think the same would apply to Kakuzu's diamond armor and this ability, just because he's not directly interacting with it. He's summoning an armor to block the thing for him. So...
Well, I think Neji's gentle fist would actually go through his armor. But...
No, I don't think so.
Because the one armor that blocks his gentle fist, the Sound 4 guy, it specifically stated like he has a special armor that like nullifies chakra or something. So it's not just an armor thing, it's a specific like chakra armor.
I'm not for sure what you're talking about, but either way, the gentle fist is better than the chakra rods anyway for bypassing durability. So I mean, I'm not necessarily, I'm just using that as an example. Like if Gaara just summoned a bunch of sand, like there's no way that chakra is going to get through the sand, just like how I think the chakra rod isn't going to get through the armor. Like there's no way it can. It's not like something where you just touch it on somebody, somebody's like you have to like stab them in the skin, right? You have to like pin them down in order for them to become suppressed, or they have to touch it with their bare skin, which Kakuzu's just not gonna be bare skinned, man. So he's got that diamond armor. Part of the reason I think Kakuzu wins this fight is literally just because of how resilient he is to most of Pain's abilities. I don't think Pain has a singular attack that will actually physically be able to damage Kakuzu.
So what about the Almighty Push's statement that says it like it bypasses all ninjutsu?
It actually says that it can destroy all of creation, is what it says. And what it's talking about isn't Pain's limited use of it. Pain is stated to not be able to use the full use of the Rinnegan. It's talking about Hagoromo being able to destroy everything in creation with it because he has the Rinnegan. And he has full power over the Rinnegan. I think that statement is true at its max power. Okay, I don't think it's true for Nagato, who does not have full control over the Rinnegan.
Okay, but we do see it nullify the Rasen Shuriken, which we know is more powerful than Kakuzu.
How durable is the Rasen Shuriken, though?
I mean, we know it's a more powerful jutsu, so I'm just saying...
More powerful does not mean it's durable, though, because the Rasen Shuriken is really unstable. It's like an RPG. If it touches anything, it's going to explode, right? Or if it touches something, it'll cut through it or explode or whatever like that. It doesn't have durability. So, like...
I'm saying, like, it could bypass durability, though. Like, how, like, the Six Paths powers, like... Just being a Six Paths like person like the Jinchuriki, they were able to just resist all ninjutsu. It had nothing to do with their durability. Like it just bypassed.
We just know that's not true because the Six Tails tanked it. It didn't bypass his durability at all, and all he has is chakra.
He wasn't. Well, yeah, but he wasn't using a jutsu though. It just said jutsu are ineffective.
He was using a chakra cloak, which is a ninjutsu that provides durability or a chakra ability. So that's good enough for me. Kakuzu has something similar, so he has diamond armor that covers his body and is strong enough to block it. So you'd have to prove that the Almighty Push can bypass that, which it just won't.
Mm-hmm. So here, I found the scan of the breaking of the rod, which Naruto just did a quick like side snap, breaking it, so like it didn't break on his chest or anything, or the pointed part. He just broke it from the side.
Well, what that tells me is you can actually physically touch it. Tobirama was just or Hashirama and Tobirama were just hypothesizing about
I'm
it.
sure it's probably like electricity. You could probably just hit it real quick, but if like Naruto, let's say, grabbed onto it there, it would probably mess him up. Like Pain would be able to
maybe, yeah. That's probably actually how it works. Kakuzu at that point would just flex then, and that thing would break. Like he would just be like, no, and just like flex his diamond armor, or he would punch the rod, right? So you have Pain above Kakashi in speed, I'd say. And I also have Kakuzu above Kakashi in speed. So they're relative in speed at that point, right?
Yeah. I do think they have I have one more feat that I want to use for just to compare to Kakashi. I think it was more of a blitz than even
if it's after the lightning dog, keep this in mind. The lightning dog is specifically stated to take half of Kakashi's chakra. So he is weakened after that point. So the lightning dog happens really early in the Pain fight. So if it's after that, I won't consider it full speed Kakashi.
But would it being 50% chakra lower his speed, or wouldn't it just
for Kakashi? Yeah, because he doesn't have a lot of chakra.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's slower though.
Speed is determined by how much chakra you can manipulate into your legs and how physically fast you are, right? Which chakra actually ties into your physicality too. So if he's below 50%, there's no guarantee he's at full speed at all.
There's no guarantee, but that would imply like you going full speed would take up like 50% of his chakra. So that would mean like every time he goes full speed, he'd only be able to do it twice.
For one, he's beyond 50% drained because he's used a Raikiri at this point a few times. He only can do that like 4 times, right? And then he's also used a lightning dog, which is another 50%. So he's at about 25% chakra. So he very well could be conserving chakra in his legs and his movement so he can use it for ninjutsu and things like that.
Yeah, but you could also say Pain forced him to use the lightning dog, which he wasn't forced to use against Kakuzu. Like such an extreme technique that would take...
That just sounds like an assumption.
Assumption of what?
Like, you're just assuming that. Like, Kakashi didn't feel... Like, Kakashi might have just thought the lightning dog would have worked against Pain and thought it might have not worked against Kakuzu. Like, that easily could just be the case. So...
But what would be the reason for that?
Kakuzu might be just too durable to tank that lightning dog, and Pain isn't. Pain has way worse durability than Kakuzu.
Let's see. I'm trying to find the context he used the lightning dog.
I'm pretty sure it's with the combo attack with Chozo, right? Or like after that? Or before? It might be before. I can't remember when he uses lightning. I know it's early on in the fight, though.
Okay, the lightning. Yeah, he just uses it straight up at like face Pain, and he just dispels it easily. Like it literally did nothing.
Yeah, I know it did nothing, but it took 50% of his chakra. So
is that just stated in a data book or something?
It's stated in the manga. It's also stated in the data book too. I can find the lightning dog data book if you want it, but I know it does.
In the manga, both of those would be good.
Yeah. Let me just see if I can find it in the data book. Lightning dog. Check the data book. Let me go to a different one. I think I'm in the wrong data book. Yeah, I'm in the second data book. One second. Hey, would you mind taking a break for a second so I can go pee?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Bathroom too, I guess. Yeah,
all right.
I'll be right back there.
Perfect. Bathroom break. Also for this lightning dog scan. Fourth data book, page 305. That's not
I'm
it.
back.
Welcome back. It's chapter 421. Oh, I'm actually on the right chapter. Great. Kakashi says it in the fight, I remember. So, what? Let's see what Kakashi says about it. She's just holding it in her hand. Hold on. Shizune was holding one of the chakra rods in her hand, man. She's just holding it.
Well, where'd she get it from?
They ripped it off one of the pads that died.
Oh yeah, one of the dead body one, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
I think he has to be like actively.
He might be. Yeah, he has to be infusing it, right? So. Man, I know this statement exists, man. I wouldn't be making this shit up. Oh, it might be the lightning style doppelganger that I'm talking about then. I might be getting it mixed up. Yeah, it was. I was thinking about the wrong one. I was thinking about the lightning style doppelganger. He says after he uses the lightning style doppelganger that he's spent over half his chakra. Yeah, and he specifically says after that a prolonged battle against an adept opponent is going to be tight. So, yeah, Kakashi after that point. Maybe even a bit before it, is just unquantifiable in speed to me. Just like how I think in the fight against Kakuzu, after he uses a few Raikiri, he's also pretty unquantifiable. So after he uses the Lightning Dog and stuff like that, and the Raikiri, I don't think he's going to be full speed. And if you do think so, there's more instances where Kakuzu blitzes Kakashi after the second Raikiri. So that's up to you if you think that. If either way, like we either have Kakuzu being definitively faster than Kakashi because there's a couple more instances where he blitzes him, or we have an instance where Kakashi is weakened against pain and not only some of the speed feat scale. But yeah.
Okay. Well, going back to the feat I was talking about, it was after that point, but Kakashi's almost at like point blank range with the Devapath about to use his Raikiri, and then the Osteropath just jumps in and like blocks it. So that would just make him faster than Kakashi at that time at the very least.
Maybe he could have jumped before him. He could have already been in motion.
It doesn't matter though because he's off panel, so he has to be further away.
This is another Raikiri he's using as well. So this is after half spent, and he's using another Raikiri. So how fast is Kakashi moving here?
I mean, I don't think he specifically says there's anything indicating he's slower. I mean, he has less chopper.
If that's the case, then there's a couple more instances where Kakuzu blitzes Kakashi that I'd like to bring up.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
because he doesn't specifically say he's slower against Kakuzu either throughout that fight. So now we're gonna have to talk about that because this will just outright prove Kakuzu blitzes him.
The only thing I can think of is that one thing you showed where he grabbed him with the tentacles.
No, there's one that's even more blatant than that. Like, Kakashi is standing in front of Kakuzu. Choji, and Ino, and Kakashi are all standing in front of Kakuzu, and Kakuzu just sends out his tendrils and wraps Kakashi up. And he's just, like, so fast, and he can't move at all. So it's actually just a pretty blatant speed blitz. So, let me find it real quick, though. Oh, yeah. If, you were arguing earlier that Shikamaru, like, scales the, Kakuzu, here's a good argument against that. Shikamaru was controlling Hidan and couldn't tag Kakuzu while he was backpedaling in base.
Yeah, but could Hidan move any faster than he can normally move? Like,
it's not Hidan moving, it's Shikamaru moving.
Yeah, Shikamaru's moving him, but could his body move faster than it could normally move?
Yeah, I mean, it's like he's controlling him like a puppet. He's moving as fast as Shikamaru's moving. They happen at the same time. You can see at the top, too, that, like, when Shikamaru swings, Hidan's swinging.
Yeah, but, I mean, at the same time, he's keeping up with them and, like, presses them back into a tree.
Kakuzu's backpedaling.
Yeah.
Backpedaling is a lot slower than running forwards.
Yeah. I mean, these, like, ninjas can, like, launch themselves off the ground with high-powered movement.
I know they can, but it's still slower than running forward. The fastest way of traveling is running forward. They do that in Naruto, like, when they're traveling between places, they just run on trees and jump forward. So, if it was faster...
He doesn't want to turn around and face the direction he's going. He's probably afraid of getting hit in the back if he does that.
I don't think so. I think he's just hopping away because he knows he's fast enough to hop away. So, either way, there's proof for that. That's more proof that Kakuzu's not relative to Shikamaru. But, hold on. Let's move on to this next thing real quick. Alright, here we go. Here's the first scan, and here is the second.
He's just already wrapped up, though.
Yeah, but after he says he's wrapped up, he says he's fast. That's when, like, Kakuzu fires it outwards. You can see, like, the tentacles, like, grabbing him or whatever, and he's like, oh, shit.
Like looks like they might be coming out of the ground, though.
They're not. You can see in the top panel that they're coming out just straight from Kakuzu.
I mean, like, for some reason, the ones going to Kakashi go down and then up. Like, with the other two, they just go straight to them.
It doesn't go down. It's just coming off of his finger. What are you looking at?
Or maybe maybe it's going left. Like, his hand is out to the right. What chapter is this?
It is... Hold on, let me see. 337. I showed you all.
Yeah, it might just because his hand's out to the right. It looks like it's going.
Yeah,
like, at an angle there.
It is a bit weird, but it's just coming out of his tendon. You can clearly see it's not in the ground. It just came out of Kakuzu. So, yeah, straight up speed blitz right there. So yeah, Kakuzu's definitively faster than Kakashi, and he's definitively faster than Shikamaru, and he's also faster than Ninetales Amp Naruto. Any issues with any of those speed scalings?
I think his tentacles can grab Kakashi, and so that's good. But I think Pain is faster than Kakashi, and I think I showed that. But so I think at this point, I think we both proved that both of them are faster than Kakashi.
Okay. No, I don't have a problem with that. I do think Pain is a bit more relative to Kakashi, but I'm not. It's not a big. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. I think the important thing is that base Naruto is relative to Pain.
Okay, because I have feats of Pain, of reacting and dodging and blocking Sage Mode Naruto, which I think is more impressive than Kakuzu.
Which feats?
Tagged by Naruto before he got Sage Mode. Here, this is one where he the Naraka path reacted to him. He gets hit by the shockwave, but he reacts to the speed of the punch.
I don't think he's reacting to the speed of the punch. I think Naruto intentionally threw it there because he knew the shockwave was also present.
But the punch is stronger if he just connected it, so I don't know why he wouldn't just connect it.
Not necessarily. I don't know why it would be, honestly.
Because that's how force works. Like the punch, like
this ain't just force, man. This is chakra. Like this is like chakra hitting him in the face, like directly.
Well, even if that's the case, chakra plus the fist of the force of the punch, I would just add to it.
What happens in this situation is Naruto dodges the rod and then throws his punch next to the head of the Ashura path, and we know for a fact that it's able to connect on him. That's the other instance, the Sage Mode kick. Okay, so let's just take that at face value. Let's say we have two instances of Pain being able to react to Sage Naruto. Now let's look at the opposite of what happens when Naruto reacts to Pain.
Yeah, I think I might have more instances, though.
There aren't more. I'm pretty sure those are the only ones that are relevant. But
there's this one. It's not as good, but Naruto is like a similar distance the way he was against Kakuzu when he landed the Rasen Shuriken, and Pain is able to react here. He also reacts before the other Naruto destroys the, I think that's the Naraka path he's on top of, I'm not sure, but he's on another path, and he's about to just punch down on him, and he reacts before one Sage Mode Naruto gets to him, and before the other one punches the other path, and he hits both of them.
Yeah, so all Pain has to do in this instance is just mentally pull them in, right? That's all he has to do.
Here's the second part of it. But, well, he pushes them.
Yeah,
also, that means his push reached them before the punch did, so the speed
Hold on.
is pushed
So,
faster than the Sage
the
Mode.
first thing is that Naruto killed two paths in that instance, or one path, whatever it was. He flatlined them and then attacked Deva. Okay, so that gave Deva time to react because he was already focusing on the other one.
Okay, yeah, but no, he's already looking at Pain, though. He's like charging him before it even starts, and the other one is just attacking another path.
Before what starts?
Before Pain starts his jutsu.
Okay, well,
so Naruto destroys one Pain, then he switches his target to Deva. He starts the charge. Pain sees him. The other Naruto's punching down on another path, and then he just says, just in time, he gets his pushback, and then he pushes them both.
He destroys one. He destroys which one?
He just, well, Naruto destroyed the one he's on top of.
Yeah.
And there's the other Pain that he's getting ready to destroy.
Yeah.
And then Pain pushes them both back before.
Yeah, but you can see right here, in this panel specifically, that Pain has already perceived Naruto is there. Okay?
Yeah, he sees them.
So, in that time frame, you said that it was a similar distance to Kakuzu. You're gonna have to pixel skill that right now, or else I'm not accepting it. I'm just playing. Yeah, like he's already seen him, and all he has to do is just mentally react before Naruto can get to him. Kakuzu does not have to do that. Not only Kakuzu did mentally react to Ninetales Amp Naruto. He did mentally react, sort of. I'm not for sure how much he actually knew Naruto was there or not, but either way, getting caught off guard by Ninetales Amp Naruto, not a big deal to me. But in this instance, all Pain has to do is mentally react to him. He doesn't have to outmove Naruto here, so that doesn't prove he's relative or faster than Naruto. It only proves that he can mentally react to Naruto from whatever distance away that is.
I mean, we also see him bring his arms up, so he did bring his arms up in time.
Yeah, but how much distance is between them? He only has to raise his arms versus Naruto having to run to him.
Yeah, but also I was saying it's the speed of the push. As you can see,
the push moves at light speed, man. It's a gravity wave.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think... Does gravity have a specific speed like that?
Yeah, it does. Gravity waves move at light speed.
Okay, well, if that's the case, well, it clearly blitzes the Sage Mode Naruto punch that was only an inch away.
Well, yeah, gravity wave's gonna move faster than Sage Mode Naruto. The issue isn't the gravity wave, like, that's gonna be fast enough to hit Kakuzu. The issue is Pain activating it, right? I don't think Pain's gonna be fast enough to activate it with Kakuzu.
Yeah, but we see him activated against Sage Mode Naruto, who should be significantly faster than the Naruto
Why?
that Pain fought.
Sage Mode Naruto, the one that Pain fought. Pain did fight Sage Naruto.
Sorry, Kakuzu. I keep getting their names mixed up. But yeah, the one Kakuzu fought.
I don't think so. Firstly, Kakuzu is not getting outmoved by Ninetales Amp Naruto. He got surprise attacked. So Kakuzu actually, when he faced Naruto head on, blitzed him with his tendrils. So his tendrils are straight up fast enough to blitz and amp Naruto, just like Naruto's amped against Pain. He's got Sage Mode amped, though. It's different. Not Ninetales amped. So I don't think they're different, for one. I don't think you can prove that one's faster than the other. The second thing is the movement speed of Naruto is not the thing that's the factor in the Kakuzu fight. In this case, it's a factor because Pain can clearly see Naruto moving him, but Kakuzu did not see Naruto or did not make eye contact with him, had no idea. We don't even really know if he had planned to move when Naruto was behind him or when he started sort of sensed something behind him, right? He got caught off guard. There's just no way to tell. He hit him in the back. So Naruto does not scale to Kakuzu at all during that fight. Just never does once. Naruto admits that he's not fast enough to hit Kakuzu head on because he says based on his assault speed, I'm going to need 3 clones for a diversion at least. So he's saying because of how fast Kakuzu can assault people, he's going to need to summon 3 clones to divert his attention so he can land a hit, right? Land the Rasen Shuriken.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what that means. It means Kakuzu is faster than Naruto. We have the Choji statement supporting that as well. Mm-hmm. So Kakuzu is faster than Naruto. In this instance, Pain is not faster than Naruto. All he's doing is raising his arms before Naruto can get to him and mentally reacting before Naruto can get to him. So, you see the argument there?
I do have another speed feat. Yeah, I do. I understand it, but here's another one where also Naruto uses multiple clones, and Pain dodges a point-blank Rasen Shuriken much closer than the one that Kakuzu failed to dodge. It was literally like inches away from him, and he completely jumps up like a dozen feet in the air and clears it.
Yeah, he sees it coming though.
Yeah.
He didn't see Naruto coming. Naruto specifically diverted his focus.
But he does have to be faster than the jutsu here, and this was thrown by a Sage Mode.
Yeah, he is fast enough to react to the Rasen Shuriken and things like that. I'm not going to deny that.
Faster than it.
Yeah, he jumped over it, so of course he is.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Besides that, for Pain speed, let's see.
Really, the instances I'm going to bring up. Hold on, real quick. Let me find the panel.
Oh yeah, just another scaling thing with Sage Mode. Why I was bringing him up. He did a Sage Mode clone was able to react to and defeat the 3rd Raikage, who stated to be with his lightning cloak as fast as Minato, and him and the 4th Raikage are stated to be the fastest ninja.
You shouldn't have went on this argument with me. There's a direct statement that Naruto is stronger than when he fought Pain, and he's did a lot of training and fought a lot of people since then, so he's stronger and faster.
He did say that, but I said because he got his Kurama cloak mode, he was stronger. That's what he was talking about.
I agree. Also, I agree that he got stronger because of his Kurama cloak, but he also got better at manipulating chakra. That's why he was able to manipulate.
I'm sure he got a bit stronger, but the thing is, that was just a clone against instead of a full Naruto.
The clones are relative. The clones,
yeah,
the clones can relatively attack to the real Naruto, so they're not much different in speed. That's why I think it's so impressive that Kakuzu was able to blitz the Ninetales clone of Naruto.
Yeah, but can you quantify how much stronger or faster Sage Mode got?
We just don't know. So because we don't know how much faster it got, we can't say that it's the same. You know what I mean? A good instance of this is like when Naruto was running in KCM, he couldn't even react to his own movement, and he later learns to react to that movement. So Naruto is getting a lot faster between there, right? Like his reaction is just getting better.
Before all that, he was able to react to and fight the Ninetales in his Sage Mode, and I think that was like right after.
Wasn't that in a mental state though?
Yeah, but it's the same thing. They have their chakra.
It's the battle is kind of just representative of the chakra tug of war, though. You know what I mean? Like it's just like a representation of Naruto's internal struggle to pull out the Ninetales. I don't think I don't think that necessarily translates. It's literally Naruto is not actually physically fighting the Ninetales. What he's doing is he's trying to gain his chakra, right? And he also had Kushina's help too, right?
The way I see it is he had to fight and defeat the Ninetales, and then after he did that, then he did the chakra tug of war and had to pull it away.
Sure, sure. I don't know which one's true or not, but why does that not we already talked about how like Naruto got faster with reaction speed, and since his reaction speed got faster, that means that his Sage Mode's reaction speed would be better in the war arc as well.
Yeah, no, but this was before the war arc. What between the pain arc and the training with the before the training with the nine?
Yeah, he was getting faster even then though, right? Like he's still. What did you say?
I'm saying like what proof is there that between like the pain arc and between the fight with the Nine Tails he got significant?
He's doing the training right then, right? And that's when he unlocks KCM?
That was the very start of it.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So yeah, you think it's like an actual... Okay, yeah. So you think it's a physical battle. I don't think it's necessarily translate to their physicals. I mean, is there any proof for either side?
Well, I mean, they just fight, and then they're basically chakra, and then because Kushin has chakras there, she could also fight.
They do fight, but like it's also like not a physical fight. It's in his mental scape. He's not fighting them in person.
Like we said, like chakra's body and like spiritual. So this is just like
their chakras aren't fighting with each other though. They're fighting to pull each other back and forth. To pull their chakra. It's literally what Naruto is doing when he unlocks KCM mode is actually just manipulating the Nine Tails chakra and pulling it into himself physically. That to me has nothing to do with how well he can physically fight. That's just how well his willpower and his ability to control chakra is. Like, the fight that's shown inside of his mental scape is just a representation of that struggle, that chakra struggle.
I mean, I don't know. Do you have anything that indicates that? Because, like, Naruto goes Sage Mode in that fight, and he literally goes Sage Mode in the real world out there while he's, like...
I know he does, but, like, again, like, it's just a mental fight, so there's just no way to prove that it actually translates to their physicals, or they could do that. Like, Naruto and base, like, Rasen Shuriken's the Nine Tails, right? Is that the scene you're referring to, by the way?
No, I think he was in Sage Mode when he did that. But
yeah. Are you saying like he scales to the Nine Tails in speed or something, or like what?
Yeah, 50% Nine Tails. So he hurts him and then he starts.
Wait a minute. So after the training, he's faster, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking like after he takes the Nine Tails chakra and he does all his training to control the Chroma Cloak mode.
Yeah, he gets faster. Okay, the Raikage feat that you were talking about happens after that. So he would be faster there.
I think he becomes unquantifiably better.
Yeah, unquantifiably faster. I agree. So what scaling does Sage Mode have in the time frame before the war arc and after the pain fight? None.
Okay. Well, this Kurama fight, and Kurama was able to keep up with the other tailed beasts, including
You think he's as strong as like the full Nine Tails, man?
No.
Even KCM Naruto, when he pulls the Nine Tails chakra, the amount that he pulled was still getting bodied by the other Jinchuriki, so that's just not true.
Oh, they were gathering up and teaming up on him.
Yeah, when the Nine Tails came out by himself, because he was by himself, by the way, when he unlocks KCM2, Naruto had ran out of chakra. He fell out of his form and everything. When the Nine Tails comes out, so that's 100% Nine Tails chakra, he bodies all of the full Biju at once. Literally simultaneously stalemates all of them. Okay, so that shows me the Nine Tails is more powerful than every single Biju there, and Naruto and KCM, despite the amount of chakra he pulled out, wasn't. So that proves that the physical power that he took inside of his mental scape does not scale to the external power that the Nine Tails actually has.
Well, I don't think he's definitely on his full power. I mean, the Nine Tails definitely, like, I don't think the Nine Tails was actually going all out trying to kill Naruto either. Because I think he's probably going to like him at that point, but...
Either way, he's not interacting with the full Nine Tails chakra anyway. He didn't pull the full Nine Tails chakra out. He only pulled some of it out.
Yeah, but he was fighting the 50% Nine Tails, but obviously with the help of B and his mom. But
I don't even think it was necessarily 50%, because the 50% Nine Tails bodied all the Biju, and KCM and Naruto couldn't.
Yeah.
Well, you see what I'm saying?
Sage Mode Naruto was losing pretty badly to Kurama anyways in the Mindscape. He just was able to like dodge a couple attacks and like he threw him a little bit. And
okay. So you're just saying he scales to the Biju in speed, like, and that would scale pain to the Biju in speed? Yeah, I still don't agree with that. Like, it's still just like
even if we don't go with the Rasen Shuriken with Sage Mode he hit Kurama with, and it does hurt him a little bit, and he says he's weak, so it did weaken him. And that dog summon did tank it even stronger. Well, it didn't tank it, but it survived.
Listen, I'm not saying Kakuzu can put down the dog. I already said this. Yeah. I don't think he can. Yeah. I just don't think the dog can harm Kakuzu either. So they're just going to have a mutual existence of being too tanky to die. So,
okay.
That's what I was arguing.
As long as you agree with that, okay.
Yeah, I didn't think he could take out the dog. I'm not saying he can. The dog just keeps splitting. What I argue is that Kakuzu just ends up killing the animal summon or the animal path, and that will just de-summon the dog, which is fine. The main issue I have right now, also, Kakuzu has another speed feat of just blatantly reacting to full avatar Yugito. So, I mean, even if you like wanted to try and make that scaling of pain to this weird Sage Naruto that may or may not, he doesn't scale to the full Nine Tails because the full Nine Tails bodied the Biju he couldn't body in KCM1. But yeah, if you do just grant that scaling and say that like Sage Naruto scales to the Nine Tails who scales to the other Biju in speed, like Kakuzu also scales above the other to the other Biju in speed because he's able to block Yugito's paw. So even then it would be relative. Not that I agree to that or anything. I don't think that Pain actually does scale to the Sage Naruto that fought the Nine Tails, or that the Nine Tails that Sage Naruto fought is relative to him either. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So, yeah. And it did damage him, sure, but that's fine. Like, the Rasen Shuriken is literally stated in the third data book to not be able... It would literally destroy everyone, I think. It says no one can... it's like the highest level of shape manipulation and no one can stop it, or something like that. So, yeah, I do think, like, and it connected on Pain and killed, like, 3 of them when it expanded. So, the Rasen Shuriken is strong enough to harm the Ninetales, sure. It was a... it's not an anti-feat for Kakuzu or something. So yeah, Kakuzu at this point I think is too durable to be damaged by any of Pain's physical attacks. Do you agree with that?
No, I disagree.
Which physical attack do you think would work then?
I think mainly the Almighty Push, but I think a lot of them could arguably work. Especially, are you aware that Edo Kakuzu got his body torn apart by the 2 Chunin ninja?
He didn't have his Earth Grudge Heart there.
Yeah, okay, so you agree without his Earth Grudge Heart, he's durable enough?
No, he was an Edo Tensei right there as well.
Yeah, but they were also considered to be almost as strong as the original.
That was only Tobirama, but yeah, that was Orochimaru summoning Edos.
Yeah, but they should all be the same.
I don't agree to that, because Orochimaru didn't have as many summons, for one, and for two, he had all of Kabuto's knowledge plus his own knowledge, so he should probably have a better Edo Tensei than Kabuto did.
But Madara was summoned by Kabuto, and he was still relative to Hashirama. So if what you're saying,
he had like a bunch of amps, though.
That's true. Let's see. I mean, the third Raikage was still... All the Kage were extremely powerful. Mu was still stronger than Inoki. The third Raikage was like extremely powerful. So they all should be like relative to their alive self.
I don't think so. I think what Tobirama says is close to their original level as well, and close is kind of subjective. How far is close, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't really know.
I would have to at least be over 50%, I assume, but
maybe,
probably close.
But I'm not for sure, right? And if Kakuzu has 50% less durability, that's enough for me to say that it wouldn't actually scale to his rate. Like, you would have to say those Chunin are hitting harder with those kunai, or those big swords or whatever they had, harder than Yugito can, like, paw swipe. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, he was hit with the pad of her paw. He wasn't even hit with the claw part.
I mean, that's still, like, you're saying that, like, the pad of her paw, like, her just slapping the shit out of Kakuzu is less force than the amount of force that those Chunin are generating with their swords.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, like, cutting versus, like...
No. You can't be doing this, man. I hate this argument. People are like, a sharp object can just body. Man.
And also, it depends how, like, if you're prepared for it or not. Like, I guess it was a surprise attack, I think, from the 2 Chunin. And he was ready for
that's true.
Toss wipe.
Also, the Chunin have no anti-feat, so even if I wanted to say, you know, I'll just say they're stronger than Yugito, and that's fine. If you use
the anime, one was beaten by an ostrich.
That ninja ostrich OP, though.
Yeah.
he beat up some dudes that are strong enough to harm Kakuzu. That's OP. But yeah, I think so. Do you have any other abilities that are provably on Kakuzu's level? Because right now I have Kakuzu's durability above Perfect Jinchuriki, and the Almighty Push is not above Perfect Jinchuriki durability. So.
Okay. Well, the Devo was hit by a Beast Bomb, so
an island level Biju Bomb. It was way smaller than the rest.
I don't think it looked any smaller. I mean, it might have been a little bit
smaller. Oh, it
is.
It's not blowing up mountains, I'll tell you that much. It's way... Those mountain level, those mountain Biju Bombs that were calced at multi-continental to small country. This Biju Bomb was only island level. Like, it was way tinier. It was from a Six Tails Naruto, too. It's not like it was a big Biju, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I agree with those calcs, but I know there's statements for the 10 tails hyping up it being country level, so that wouldn't be like seem right to me. But
I mean, the Ten Tails literally like bombed such a large area that you could see the curvature of the Earth, and they measured how big the bomb was in comparison to the curvature, and it was just multi-continental. And they also could feel the blast from across the continent too.
Yeah, I mean,
So
a blast the size of a large country would easily look bigger and do the same thing. I mean, even the SAR bomb hits shockwaves went around the planet 7 times.
damn, that is
However
true.
many times
Yeah, either way though, just how much it destroys is not representative of how much AP it has or how much energy it's actually outputting. Like these BG bombs are vaporizing mountains, which generates more than mountain level AP. It generates like small country
sure.
AP. Yeah.
I do think they're above mountain level.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like I can show you the calcs of like how strong.
That assumes vaporization. I mean,
It's not an assumption. You can see the vapor on panel.
I mean, it could be just dust coming up.
Dust?
Yeah, or it could be just like
it
could have been partially vaporized.
Partially vaporized? Like the dust coming up or whatever? Like for one, Sasuke's like fireball in part 1 vaporizes things since directly stated. Like it just actually vaporizes things. So if a BG bomb ain't doing that, then I'm pissed. But
well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure it vaporizes part of the a blast, like the center of the blast is probably vaporization, and like Sasuke's fireball doesn't leave like a perfect circle of vaporization left behind.
Yeah. Let me just grab the calc real quick because this will be an easy thing. But yeah, the BG bomb is just not as big because even using like the same methods, the BG bomb that he fired at Pain was just not the same size. But
yeah, I mean, but it's actually bigger than the 8 Tails BG bomb that he used on Sasuke in their fight. If you just like look up pure visuals, so I don't know if that's like the best way to go off.
How is it bigger than the one he used? He blew away a mountain in the Sasuke fight.
Yeah, I mean, there was a small mountain that was like the.
How do you know it's a small mountain?
Because you could see like the 8 Tails body in comparison, but
the 8 Tails is also mountain level in size, man.
I mean, I think they have official sizes, and they're like Gamabunta stated to be mountain level in size, but his official size is like 60 meters or something small.
Yeah, but the 9 Tails was literally beating down mountains with his tails, man.
Yeah, the 9 Tails is much bigger than.
I know he is, but they're not so.
9 Tails is equal to the other ones, and then like if you see his paw print compared to the original 9 Tails, it's like 1% the size of it, or like 10% the size.
I'll have to see what the paw print size is different, because then we could actually figure it out. But yeah, like the 9 Tails can just beat down mountains with his tail, so it wouldn't be that weird for the Biju to also be like kind of like mount. I don't know how big the Biju are. Let's be honest. Whatever. I'm not even gonna make that point. Either way, the Biju can blow away mountains. This did not blow away a mountain, so it's not as big or as strong as a normal Biju bomb. Make sense?
I mean, it's possible. Like there is attack potency. Like maybe. Oh, I have the scan here. Hold on.
Which one are you talking about? The Pain BG bomb feet?
No, the Kurama size. Like you can see, like his whole body is almost the size of the hand of the previous Kurama. If you like curled him up.
Yeah, he is quite a bit smaller. That's not 1%, but that's probably like 10%.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe they're 10% the size of a mountain. Who knows? Good enough for me. But yeah, we'd have to like calculate how big the mountains were in comparison to B and all that. I don't even need to talk about that. So yeah, the BG bomb that Naruto fired at Pain was not nearly as big because it didn't blow away a mountain or have anywhere near that showing of impressiveness scale-wise. You'd have to prove it did. So, do you have any proof for that, or do you just agree it wasn't as big?
Hold on, let me see. Okay, where is... Because there's that one scan where apparently it's like, I mean, here it is, but it's a horrible quality one. I'll just paste it for now, but where like in the top corner people are like saying that's like a force of death, which is like stated to be like multiple miles in diameter, which would make this beast bomb also.
I don't agree that it's the force of death for a lot of reasons. I don't think you're ready for how prepared I am on this topic. Man, it's not the forest of death. First thing is, it just is missing a river that literally runs through the forest of death. So that
most of it's cut out. Like you only see the bottom part of it.
What are you talking about? That top? What part are you talking about?
Yeah,
Is it on panel?
The very top, like there's like that circle that like the bottom part of the circle is the very edge of the forest.
It's not even
people say. Well, it's not destroyed. It's just a comparable.
I don't think that's where the Forest of Death is. The Forest of Death is not near the Hokage Monument, man. And this is.
It's possible. I don't know. That's what people said.
Okay, well, either way, that's still not as big as a mountain, even if that was the corner of the Forest of Death. That's nowhere close.
Well, yeah, multiple. I mean, if the Forest of Death is multiple miles in size, it takes multiple days.
I know, but that's not even compared. We don't even know if that's.
That would be bigger than a mountain, but if it's not, then yeah, you're right. That wouldn't be enough.
Even if that is the Forest of Death, it's not like we're comparing it to the full scope of the Forest of Death right there. That's just a little bitty corner of it. There's no way that's a mile across. But either way, yeah, there's no proof that this is as strong or as big as a normal BG bomb. I gave you that it was island level or whatever, but I think that the other BG bombs are small country level as well. Do you want to calc for those, or do you just want to you can clearly see it's not as big, so either way, it's just not as strong.
Yeah.
Okay. Beyond that,
it still did no damage. I mean, so it just took its part of its clothes off.
I don't care.
This blast still looks like easily like multiple hundreds of meters across, which would make it like I think mountains start at 600 meters. This could easily be small.
Yeah.
Size,
I think I want to go to the next point. This is a funeral point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know how Kakashi's Raikiri killed that Path of Pain?
Yeah.
Yeah, it died. Like, if people say that he tanked it or whatever, he died, so he didn't tank it. You know how Kakuzu's lightning style false darkness stalemated 2 of Kakashi's Raikiri?
Well, Kakashi blocked it.
Yeah, it stated in the data book that he stalemated it, and they were equal in power.
Yeah, they could be equal in power, but that doesn't mean they have like the same penetrating power. It could just be it could be a shock type versus a penetrating.
The one's a lightning bolt, man. The other one's a lightning hand. They both be penetrating. There's no. They're equal in power, so he would be strong enough to like the thing with power, right? You were talking about pounds per square inch earlier, right?
Yeah.
That power is included in that. Like, however much power you can generate on a small surface, that's going to amplify the power, right? That's why a knife cuts better than a ping pong paddle, because you're putting more force on the blade.
It didn't push Kakashi back at all, though. All we saw is he just blocks it.
No, he equaled it. He equaled it with 2 Raikiri, though. It took him 2 Raikiri to equal it. Okay.
Yeah. So each one has the same energy, but like I'm saying, it could be like rather than a piercing type attack, it could be like
it's a lightning bolt
attack. Yeah.
It's a lightning bolt. This is a piercing attack, man.
I mean, lightning bolts like how well do they actually pierce through things?
They cut trees in half, man. Like, what do you like?
I mean, okay, let's say they destroy Pain bodies. That Jutsu's never gonna land because Kakashi outpaced it, and then as I went over earlier, Pain outpaced Kakashi.
That was at a really far distance away when Kakuzu fired it, and I think Kakuzu's tendrils are going to be fast enough to grab Pain before he can react. Because they were fast enough to grab Ninetales Amp Naruto before he could react. And Pain's not physically strong enough to break his tendrils, because a Biju isn't, so he's not. And I don't think, you'd see how far away it is. Like, you'd have to figure out what distance that is. That's plenty of time for Kakashi to get over there.
But I mean, what matters is that Kakashi's not in panel yet.
Kakashi could be right on the edge of the panel, though, man. He could have already been full speed sprinting.
If he is, that would make him slightly further away, though. So he would still be slightly faster at bare minimum.
Slightly faster than what?
Those lightning bolts.
He could have already been running before this, and no, you'd have to calculate the distance, man.
Those lightning bolts are also moving.
What if he's just sitting, like, right here? Hold on, let me show you.
But I mean, it doesn't matter though, because the furthest point away off panel is still further away than those bolts are to Choji and.
How do you know? It's at an angle.
I mean, you can see they're like right on top of them.
Here, hold on, let me take a bigger screenshot. They're not right on top of them. It's at an angle. You can see that they're kind of far. They're a little bit farther away than you think. Kakashi could be sitting like right here on the outside of this panel.
But the thing is, Kakashi, I'm pretty sure he comes in from the left. He has to reach Choji, not just Shikamaru. He has to reach all the way to the other side to block Choji's.
He just has to get in the middle of both of them in Raikiri, or just be able to get right there to block it. He only blocks like in one position, and they'd hit both of his hands. So I don't think that's us. Plus, these lightning bolts are moving too. But either way, like he's all he has to do is just get in between them, right? And if he just moves from the edge where I pointed out on panel to the middle, that could easily be a shorter distance than the distance it takes for the lightning bolts to get to them. Because,
I disagree. I mean, I think it looks like, I mean, even with the angle, I think it looks clear that's further. And this is being the most generous, that he's literally already full sprint right at the very edge, and then it's still questionable. I mean, and I think it's more likely he's further away.
Look at this. This is a good representation of what I'm talking about. That's being generous, because I'm putting them even with Choji and Shikamaru. He's actually in front of them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is, him being further in front actually makes it even worse, because the further in front he is, the less time he has. Because he doesn't just have the time to go from where those lightning bolts are to where they are. He intercepts them like 10 feet in front of them.
I actually just don't think the panels... hold on.
Okay, I just posted it. So he's like easily, you could see how far back they are. He's easily a good like 10 feet in front of them at least. And so that
I don't think that's true. You can't see how far in front.
He basically statued these, honestly. Like if you look, like he's like right where they already are in the panel from where them coming in, and he just like comes in and like hits them right where they're at.
So I don't agree. I don't think it's hitting them right where they're at. There's no proof. You can just say that all you want, but it's off panel. We don't know exactly the distance, and the distance we have with that top panel that I showed with the red lines or whatever. If he's in front, that's a shorter distance to travel, and I'll show you what I mean. Hold on. So right here. So if he could come in front.
Yeah, he has he would have a shorter distance, like overall distance, but he would have less time. That's the problem.
Let me snip to
because if he
work better. Hold on. That line's honestly shorter. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he from where he's at, like it would be a shorter distance, but because he's more forward, he has less time to react. To
he's already been. Kakuzu fired that from far away, so he could already been reacting and moving.
Yeah, but I'm saying even it doesn't matter. Even coming from outside the panel, if he's running at full speed, the more forward he already is, the less distance he has to travel, but also the less time he has, because he could get there with the less distance, but then the lightning's already going to be past him, and he's going to be hitting Choji and Shikamaru.
No, not necessarily. He just has to get to that distance before that lightning bolt, or he just has to get right in front of them before the lightning bolts hit them, right? And that, honestly, I just don't think this point matters, because I don't think you can quantify the distance. I'm not going to try and angicize and account for the angle and all that to figure out the distance either. It doesn't look like that to me. It does look like that to you. So I think we're kind of just at a standoff here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I'm just going with the visuals, and you're bringing your own interpretation. I think people could just judge it based off what we already said.
Yeah.
But also, this was I want to go into how trash Kakuzu's jutsu actually are, and how Kakashi was actually just hit by the full force of his powerful wind style attack that he used on both Kakashi and Hidan. And he literally came in and blocked this after he was directly hit by that jutsu, and all that jutsu did was knock his shirt off, his jacket off. That's what
I mean, we don't know what internal damage it did to him, but either way.
Well, okay, but I mean, that would just make Kakashi even better, because you're saying he just did this with internal damage, which would just make
I'm saying, like, if he gets rocked by it and, like, his jacket gets knocked off and he gets hit by it, we don't actually know how. Just because it's not showing exterior damage, he could have interior damage as well.
Yeah, but that's fine. He got the full force, so he got direct hit from that wind style. Whatever damage he did, he was enough where it didn't matter, and he just came and blocked this lightning right after.
You're aware Kakashi also withstands the almighty push twice, right? He like eats it to his face.
I would like to see that, but I mean, like I said,
you posted one of the panels.
Oh yeah, he did get hit that when he knocked him back.
Yeah, he like took it to his face. So I mean, Kakashi just has good durability. Like, he eats a Kakuzu shot, and he also eats some of Kakuzu's taijutsu, which could momentarily pause Yukito's paw, and he also is able to withstand Pain's almighty push that broke every bone in Gamabunta's body. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay, going back to Kakuzu's jutsu. So the one was hit Kakashi directly, and he was able to keep fighting. He blocked this one, and he easily outpaced it. He easily dodged his fire style jutsu, which so did Choji and
it was from a far distance away though too.
Yeah, so, but they blocked that just fine. And then he used a fire enhanced wind style wind style enhanced fire jutsu, and Kakashi countered it. It was pushing him back a little, but he still countered it and reacted to it.
Okay. Yeah, we went on
this.
And
then again, his another fire style, which was enhanced by wind style, was blocked by the combo from base Naruto and Yamato.
Okay.
And and then overall, Kakuzu overall he lost to this small team while Pain took on the entire Leaf Village.
He lost to Arasa and Shuriken, and the Leaf Village had no one good in it except Kakashi, which is also someone that Kakuzu beat.
Yeah, I mean, Kakashi, it had Tsunade.
Tsunade was weakened from trying to heal everyone and was also focusing on everyone. She wasn't trying to fight. And Guy wasn't there. So the only one of relevance in the entire Leaf Village is Kakashi, and Kakuzu also beat him. So
Shikamaru was there.
Shikamaru was Shikamaru is not relevant here, man. Like, why are we talking about Shikamaru? No, he's not. He's trash. Kakashi is the best ninja in the village at that point.
He definitely is.
Okay,
yeah.
and Kakuzu also beat him. So
yeah, but Kakashi did imply he might have been able to beat Kakuzu if he used the Mangekyo, which he couldn't.
He just said he was going to use it.
Yeah, but he was implied like he might have won, like because they were like making fun of him.
Well, he might have.
Oh yeah, it's like if I used it, I might have won.
It's not like Kamui wouldn't work on Pain too. The only reason he just can't use it 6 times, right? That's too much chakra. Yeah. Pain is a bad counter matchup for Kakashi in that way because he's got too many bodies for Pain. Like Kakuzu, he just needs to Kamui his face, right? Like that, he just has to hit him once and he's done. With Pain, it's different because he's got 6 abilities. Pain is a worse matchup for Kakashi than Kakuzu is. Not that Kakuzu's a particularly good matchup for Kakashi, but Pain just specifically requires a lot of chakra to fight. So yeah, I think Kakuzu is also a bad matchup for Pain. But yeah, what I was gonna say about these tendrils were his tendrils are fast enough to blitz Ninetales Amp Naruto, and they're fast enough to blitz Kakashi. And he starts firing jutsu at people when he holds them in tendrils, and he can also send his tendrils underground to surprise attack people. And the thing I was going to bring up was because Kakuzu's False Darkness is equal in power to 2 Raikiri. One of Raikiri was strong enough to damage the Deva Path and kill him, and the other Path of Pain, the one that actually did die. I always forget which one that is. It's the robot one. What's that one?
I think it's the Osteopath.
Yeah, he kills the Osteopath with 1 Raikiri. And then he also was about to kill the Deva Path, but the Osteopath jumps in the way to stop it, right? The Osteopath wouldn't have jumped in the way if it wouldn't have killed Deva. That just makes sense. The Osteopath took it because Deva was more important. So that means 1 Raikiri is strong enough to kill a Path of Pain. Kakuzu's False Darkness is as strong as 2 Raikiri. Mm-hmm. So that means the False Darkness would also one-shot him, correct?
It's definitely possible. I could see that, but the Almighty Push just deflects it, and then the Naraka Path just absorbs it.
How many times can he deflect it with the Almighty Push before he runs out of chakra?
I mean, he uses it a bunch of times. I don't want to count how many times he used Almighty Push.
5 or 6, maybe?
No, he uses it like multiple times in multiple fights, I think. But
he doesn't use it as much as Kakuzu fires his big jutsu, I'll say that much.
Well, I don't know about that, but he definitely does it more than he fires False Darkness.
Every attack Kakuzu uses is like doubling up on big jutsu, and then at the end of the fight, he amps himself with like an enormous amount of chakra. They say his chakra level's gone way up when he gets in his Jugon state. Kakuzu actually has a really good chakra reserve, better than Nagato's dead-ass body. But a big thing that I was going to mention is the reason I think that the worms would be fast enough to actually blitz the Path of Pain. I also think, hold on, before I get into that, let's talk about Kakuzu's Taijutsu real quick. So you're aware he's able to momentarily stop a paw strike from Yugito, and he's also probably able to damage them with his, do you think it's his ninjutsu or Taijutsu that damages the Biju?
You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say it's his False Darkness. That's the only move he has that has good penetration. He made
it bleed a little bit.
He made it bleed a little bit with False Darkness, and then Hedon licked up the blood, and he'd finish it off. That's what I'm going to say.
Oh, okay. So you think he damaged it with the False Darkness? Okay.
Yeah, and that's the only jutsu I'm going to say has the ability to hurt Pain.
Okay, well, I think that's good enough, because I think all the jutsus are strong enough, because Pain just doesn't have good durability. Base or Sengons from Konohamaru can one-shot him. He's got a random Biju Bomb feat that's alright, but it's not that impressive either.
Rasengan are just really powerful.
Are they more powerful than Kakashi's Raikiri?
They're probably equal.
Maybe. I don't think so. But, Konohamaru's? Like, hell no, man. Like, but maybe,
But
maybe,
like I said,
maybe.
I think he had less chakra in that body at that time, but who knows?
I don't think it matters if he has less chakra, at least in regards to durability.
I mean, Kid Naruto mortally wounded Kabuto, who just beat Tsunade. So, I mean, who knows? It's just a powerful attack.
Kid who?
It mortally wounded Kabuto, who just beat Tsunade in part 1. Kid Naruto.
Kabuto, like, outskilled Tsunade with a jutsu that, like, bypasses our durability, though. It's not like he's particularly impressive in durability.
He was stated to be Kakashi level on multiple...
Go hand-to-hand with Kakashi, but that could be skill.
Yeah.
And that's also part 1 Kakashi. I think the major issue here is that base Naruto is able to react to pain. You aware of that? Like,
yeah, there's that one case of it.
well, it's not one case. He blocks him like 6 or 7 times.
Yeah,
like he's just over there blocking the shit out of
yeah.
him. So, I think if base Naruto is able to react to pain, and Kakuzu's tendrils can surprise attack pain, and pain has no real way of damaging Kakuzu. Like you said, soul pull earlier, I don't think that works. The only thing pain can do is just like form a conga line behind the pain, the Preta path that can absorb ninjutsu. Because like he's just gonna be getting artillery bombed by these hearts. I also think that all his other jutsu aren't bad either. I think that even though Kakashi withstands them, Kakashi's just really durable. I think that the jutsu, the wind enhanced fire jutsu that you mentioned earlier, Hidan says it was a routine attack that had never failed before. Do you know what a routine is?
Yeah, it means they use it usually.
Yeah, it means they use it like it's a routine. They do it every fight, right? This is something that they do. So this means that it didn't fail against the Biju either.
Okay, well that just means the Biju they fought was weaker than Kakashi or comparable to
or less durable than Kakashi, yeah. At least, but yeah, so what that tells me is that Kakuzu's jutsu are strong enough to one-shot the pads of pain, and he's got like 5 of them that can fly around the battlefield, artillery bombing pain, and pain has no way of damaging Kakuzu at all.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to how you said he was matched, like the base Naruto thing messes him up. If that's the case, then I get to use the war arc scaling, because this is a later arc where Naruto goes through training, and so basically none of his forms scale to any of his previous forms earlier.
You think like Sage Naruto got his like base got better from the point? What's your proof for that?
I mean, what's your proof that his Sage mode got better in the future?
I think his reaction speed is just provably better because he initially, when he unlocks KCM, he can't react to his own movement. But when he fights the Raikage, he obviously can react to his own movement. And initially, he runs himself into a wall against Kasame because he just does not have the reaction speed fast enough to do it. So that proves his reaction speed was better when he fought the third Raikage. If that's what I mean. So that's proof.
Yeah. Well, I mean, using that logic, then just the ability, like learning Sage mode requires a massive amount of knowledge and skill and chakra manipulation, and he even became a.
It's not chakra manipulation; it's Sage energy manipulation.
Sage energy manipulation, but whatever. But it also uses jutsus in that form and whatnot. But learning that could easily help him like control his chakra, which
why
implement his base form.
Learning chakra didn't help him control Sage energy.
Well, yeah, but because it's well, learning Sage energy, I mean, like, because it does work similarly. Like, he does jutsus in Sage mode and integrates it. And he also, like, meditated and trained, and he also was...
I understand, but that's all Sage energy. That's him being able to manipulate... Sage energy is different than chakra. It's not the same thing.
He also learned how to master to throw his Rasen Shuriken, which is one of the most, like, hardest... Like, one of the hardest jutsus.
With Sage mode, though.
Yeah, with Sage mode, but the Sage mode was there to make it so his body wouldn't fall apart.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So he got better at using... Or he got better at, like, creating the Rasen Shuriken? Or whatever.
Yeah.
Sure, he got better at creating the Rasen Shuriken, but why does that make him faster?
I'm just saying that he has overall better chakra control, and that's used with speed as well.
I don't think his chakra control got better with the Rasen Shuriken. Even the 50% Rasen Shuriken was said to be the peak of shape manipulation.
Yeah, but he couldn't consistently do it.
He did it against Kakuzu.
Yeah, but one of the times didn't work. It was a 50% success rate.
So... You're saying he got better at the end of the Kakuzu fight, then that's the one that blitzes Naruto, though. That's
Well,
the
yeah,
one that
no, I'm
gets
saying
blitzed.
he was still 50% at that point. It wasn't until after his Sage Mode training did he become able to consistently use that move without it failing 50% of the
I
time.
don't think it's necessarily that he got consistently better at controlling the chakra there. I think he just already had the capability to control the chakra. He just failed the first time for whatever reason. Like, I don't know. Like, he could have just fucked up. Like, I mean, I don't know exactly why it failed, but the second time he literally shows the the issue is that he's already reached the peak of shape manipulation at that 50%, right? So he doesn't get better after that. That's the peak. So he already can do the peak during the Kakuzu fight. Him being able to consistently do it, like, he's still not any better at controlling chakra. He's just able to do it on a more consistent basis. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's already reached the peak of chakra shape manipulation, shit like that. You see what I'm saying?
But yeah, I see what you're saying, but I still think that requires more skill if you're going to do it on a consistent basis versus not a consistent basis, or else.
I just don't know if it's necessarily that he's inconsistent at that point either. Like, he fucks up in the beginning of the Kakuzu
Oh, no,
fight.
it's stated. It's not just that he fucks up. It's like there's literally a statement that says, I can only do it 50% of the time right now.
Oh, I can only do it 50% of the time?
Yeah, like he has it's like an actual success rate.
Yeah, it's like a 50% Ross and Shuriken or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess, but I'm not for sure.
We don't have to harbor on this point too much. I have another point that I wanted to go to.
I still don't think that necessarily proves, though, that he's getting faster. Why would his base be faster? Because he can manipulate these Ross and Shuriken
I'm
better.
just saying it could be. Like, the same reason, why is Sage Mode particularly faster? Like, maybe his reaction speed's better.
His reaction speed got faster. That's what I was saying.
He also moved his body fast enough to counter the third Raikage.
I know he did, but he did that because of his the reason he's able to do that is because his reaction speed allows him to do that, which was definitively better at that point.
Yeah, I mean, but that was because he was in the Kurama Cloak mode. But, like, you're saying it transfers forms, I'm assuming? Like, he got better reaction speed in Kurama Cloak mode, so it transfers to Sage mode?
His mental reaction isn't affected by the forms, you know what I mean? Like, his mental reaction is just how fast he can mentally react.
I think he really said the Sage mode has the best, like, mental reaction. So
it does, but his mental reaction has already gotten better at that point from KCM, like in the beginning of KCM to the fourth Raikage fight in KCM. So if his reaction speed got better from there to there, that means his reaction speed would be better in Sage mode too. Just because he got better in a certain form doesn't mean it wouldn't be applicable to all forms. You know what I mean? Like, it's still just his mental reaction. What?
Is that blatantly stated that his reaction speed got better?
It's just blatantly shown. It's better than a statement. It's literally like his reaction speed. Yeah, his reaction speed initially when he runs himself into the wall is not good enough to react to his own movement, and then later he is able to physically react to his movement.
I think that was just him not like having the feel for it yet, but
I think he literally just says that he doesn't know how to control, or he doesn't understand how to react to the power yet, or whatever, or some shit like that. But yeah, it's literally because he says I moved too fast. I remember what he says. I moved too fast, unironically, and I'm not used to my speed yet.
Yeah. His reaction speed got better.
You lagged for a second. What'd you say?
I was just saying, I think it was just him having to get used to, like, the stronger body, not necessarily like his reaction speed got better. It's like more like a feel. Like, if all of a sudden you became like 10 times faster and stronger, like, you would be like accidentally throwing things and running into things, but you have to get a feel for it. Like, it doesn't mean like you would do better on like a reaction test, like on a computer where you just had to hit the space bar.
Let me look at the statement, because I'm pretty sure he just says his movement's too fast, or whatever. So if that's the case, then he just isn't able to react to his movement yet.
And even during the war arc, he still has that problem. Like, I think he messes up during the Zetsu fight when he's fighting alongside with Mei and like the other, her little boy.
I'm not for sure what instance you're talking about.
He runs at and like he like trips or something. Not when he gets tripped by Zetsu, but he like accidentally.
I think he trips on a branch on the ground.
Yeah, that does happen, but I think there was a time where he actually moved too fast in that fight too.
Not that I'm aware of, no. But you can try and find that if you want. But hold on, let me see if I can find that. If anyone, hold on, let me see if I can. no, that's not what I need there. Kasame versus...
I'm gonna look at my tier list video. I might actually have both the scans. I have put so many scans.
Good luck going through that thing.
Yeah.
470. That sounds about right. Oh no, this ain't the right one.
Okay, yeah, I found it. It has all of it too.
Found it.
Let's see. Yeah. Let me get it in the bigger screen. Yeah. So it does happen in the Zetsu fight as well, but I have both of them right here. I don't know if you want, like, you could still check the chapter for more context. I don't see anything saying about speed there. But he says, against the Zetsu part, he's like, here I come. And he's like, oh, and he just, like, runs straight into a tree. He's like, okay, I put too much effort into that. So he's still getting used to, and this is after the Raikage fight.
This is after the fourth Raikage fight?
Yeah, fourth Raikage fight, because he's already out in the war.
He's still adjusting to it over time, sure, but he still is getting better at the adjustment too. Like there's points where later he's able to go full speed, like against the Jinchuriki, and not do shit like that. So, but that is like basically the exact same. Hold on. I wish I could see what happens in the thing. Hold on, here I come. You put. He's just a scav for sure. Yeah, he literally just runs himself into a tree. Yeah. But yeah, he's progressively adjusting to it, like you said, right? So, he could have just adjusted, like against the third Raikage or whatever, and against the Jinchuriki, he never runs himself into a wall. So I think it's safe to say he's adjusted at that point. And his reaction speed has just gotten better as well. So because he's able to react to his own movement better.
Yeah, and regards to the taijutsu, the Asura path was able to take a direct hit from Choza, who stated to be the Leaf's like strongest war potential, and he was able to grab an attack from and hold off Kinkaku in his V2 state, and who was able to easily quickly break out of Shadow Possession Jutsu, which is something that...
You said Pain was able to what?
Survive a direct punch from Choza.
Oh, okay, and you're using the statement that he was the strongest war potential? That's just because how big he is, man. He's good for fighting Zetsu clones.
Also because he grabbed Kinkaku, and that directly scales his strength above Kakuzu.
That's lifting strength.
Okay, yeah, but it's also, like, he has... I guess so. I mean, but he can apply that to his striking power.
No, that's not how it works. Striking is different from lifting. They're different muscle motor
also,
neurons.
Even Choji forced Pain to use his... diamond armor when he used his human boulder on him.
Yeah, but then he just tanked it, man. That diamond armor's OP.
Yeah, with his diamond armor. I'm just saying Pain's...
I don't think he was forced either. Just because he chose to do that doesn't mean it's necessarily forced. Madara chose to dodge Tobirama, but I don't think he had to. He could have just took it and whatever.
So yeah, that's the hit. Devapath dodged Choji's, and then
the Ashura path
was hit. Yeah, was hit by Choza. And,
yeah,
and then right after that, that's after in that state's the state he outsped Kakashi's Raikiri.
This isn't like that relevant to me though, because the issue is Choji literally got beat the fuck up by Kakuzu horribly. Like he literally just got punched in the face repeatedly and like dominated by Kakuzu in base. It wasn't even diamond armor punching or anything.
Yeah, he couldn't deal with his speed, but
he couldn't deal with his power either. Like.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't in giant form like this. I don't think they ever clashed punches with a giant fist, and Kakuzu just overpowered it.
If he could have went giant form and beat Kakuzu, he would have. The issue was he literally was so shook from how bad Kakuzu was beating them up that he was scared of Kakuzu.
Isn't there I think Choji did a double big fist attack on Kakuzu's two hearts, and they were like forced to retreat or something from it? Not
that I'm aware of. I think that may have been anime only, because nothing like that happens in the manga.
I'm pretty sure it does. Let me see.
Yo mama. But yeah, I don't think this proves Pain could withstand a diamond armor punch or anything like that. And Kakuzu's taijutsu is just also provably able to one-shot Pain, so, like, right now, Pain basically has no way of damaging Kakuzu. And, I don't think he could necessarily soul pull him either, and I think his only ability that plays relevance is maybe the Prey to Path, but I don't even really think that's good either. What's this?
That's just Kinkaku
breaking the Shadow Possession or whatever. Yeah, I do agree Kinkaku is stronger, but what's this have relevance to exactly?
The scan above, I might have a other scan of it, but you could see in the data books scan of Choza just like matching his striking power, just like taking it head on.
He's like grabbing his hand. Yeah, I mean he's got good lifting strength, man. What can I say?
Okay, yeah, I found out what I was talking about.
Yeah, the secret multi-size technique is Herculean strength stopped even Kinkaku's fierce attack. So he's literally using his partial expansion to grab the attack and stop it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's lifting strength.
Partial expansion, yeah, and I mean...
It says multi-size technique, my bad. Multi-size technique. But yeah, that is strong enough to hold back the attack and stop it, right? That's lifting strength. That's what that is. So that's not striking strength. He's literally grabbing the hand and preventing it, right, from, like, doing damage to him.
The tail was an attack, and he took that, which means if he could take
He took it because of his lifting strength, though. He's not lifting Pain there.
It hit him in the side, and he just, like, kind of ate it. He hit it, and it hit the side, like, he was hitting the side by the tail, and then he grabbed it after it hit him in the side.
That does not look like what's happening. What's happening is he's hitting and grabbing at the same time.
I don't know. It looks like to me like he got hit in the midsection and then he clamped around it.
That wouldn't be stopping the attack. It's saying the multi-size technique and its Herculean strength stopped Kinkaku's fierce attack.
Yeah, because it was coming in from an angle from the side, like brushing everyone like apart. He just comes in, tanks it, and like grabs it and like holds it and stops it from moving.
Yeah, it's like he's so big that even that attack and him grabbing the hand, holding it back, all that big and like grabbing and all that, that's all lifting strength. That's all lifting strength shit. And also, this isn't, like, Choza's durability is not relevant to his striking strength, you know what I mean?
I mean, what makes you say that? Like, because...
Durability and striking strength are not the same thing.
Well, I mean, it's not exactly the same, but, like, let's say if I benched 10,000 pounds, you would not want to be
Dog, by this is not an argument you want to make right now, because Kakuzu can tank Biju bomb, or tank Biju attacks and shit.
Yeah, but okay. But
so you want to say he hits as hard as a Biju too?
This is a Biju attack.
This is a Biju attack? I know. I'm not downplaying Kinkaku. Don't get me twisted. What I'm saying is Kakuzu, and also, no, I'm not going to be that dick. Never mind. What I'm saying is Choza is holding this attack back and being really big so he can withstand the attack, right? Also, this feat that you're posting does not look good. Oh, hold on. I'm getting sidetracked. What was the last point you made? I'm trying to remember what it was. You said something about the attack.
Oh, I was saying Choji like forced these two Kakuzu hearts back. I think that's what I was probably talking about.
No. I remember. You said that the durability is relevant to the striking strength.
Yeah, because I was saying if it wasn't, that means you would just like Choza just wouldn't be able to hurt himself. Basically, like if his durability is so much better than his striking,
it could be.
He's at a level where he could just eat his own punches. Like
yeah, definitely, man. That's possible. You ever heard of a tank build?
Yeah, but usually they could still get hurt by themselves. But
no, not necessarily. Think about it this way, right? If someone like is really big, okay, like half Thor big. You know who half Thor is, the world's strongest man?
Yeah.
He's really big, right? And he's got a lot of lifting strength. Can he punch that hard? Not as much as he can lift.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, probably not. But I mean, he would still punch way harder.
A heavyweight boxer who's way smaller than half Thor could hit harder than half Thor by a long shot.
There's definitely things that go into it. But I'm just saying, increasing your strength can only help. But obviously, other things help as well.
Yeah, it can. The reason what's called a muscle motor neuron is what determines whether or not certain muscles are activated when you're performing certain things. So, like, if you're a runner, you'll be activating all the muscle motor neurons in your legs, and you'll be training those specific muscles to get better at running, right? Whereas you're a power lifter, you're training squats and bench press, and you're training those muscles to get better at lifting. Whereas you're a boxer, you're training striking, right? All of those are different things that require strength, but they're all three of them are different kinds of strengths. They're not the same kind of strength. So if even different strengths aren't correlative to each other, I don't see why how durable you are would be correlative to any of those either. It just doesn't make sense.
I mean, like I said, it would just mean you would have to assume he's just like someone who's so durable that even his own attacks won't hurt. Which I mean,
it's an assumption either way.
But we could go on for this point because I think this is more relevant with the Choji. Like he's forcing with his striking power, he's forcing back Kakuzu's hearts instead of piling through him.
I think they just chose to dodge it, man.
Yeah, okay, but they chose to dodge it and run back to Kakuzu.
Yeah, that's fine. Kakuzu's calling them back.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they like wouldn't have tanked that. We just don't know.
Yeah, I mean they would need the feats too. Like you said, I don't think you said these things have any particular feats.
They're made of his steel threads, which are really strong.
Yeah, but how strong?
Strong enough to tank Biju strikes.
Yeah, but that's when he had all of them together with all of his chakra.
Hold on. When he's separated, the threads aren't going to change durability based on how much chakra they have in them. They're going to maintain the same durability. What changes it? The only time his durability increases is when he activates diamond armor. That's when his durability increases, because that's a jutsu that increases his durability. You don't just get to put chakra into yourself and make you more durable. That's not how it works.
You don't think so? You don't think someone with a bunch more chakra would be more durable than someone with much less?
No, not necessarily, especially considering chakra manipulation. Like, well, yeah, for instance, like Zetsu can damage Madara, man. Like, I don't think Zetsu has anywhere close to the chakra Madara has, but Madara, he could still damage him. You know what I mean?
Okay, I mean, that would kind of imply just like everyone has pretty low durability unless they use a specific technique to enhance their durability.
It just depends. If their base durability has good, if their base durability just has to have good feats, right? Like that's basically it. You just that's what I'm saying. So I don't think the threads necessarily have bad durability. They can tank Biju shit, so they're obviously really strong. And I don't think Pain has any jutsu that hit hard enough to damage them. So, but all of the heart's attacks are strong enough to one-shot the pads of Pain. So it's like, how is Pain going to win this fight if he can't damage Kakuzu, and his only method of victory is maybe pulling in Kakuzu?
Well, I don't think all the hearts have the power. I think the only heart you showed has the power is the lightning one.
You remember the routine attack argument? That was the wind enhanced fire.
Yeah, okay, but maybe that could just be used to like blow back a Jinchuriki, like just to distract it for another attack. Or
they specifically said it didn't work because Kakashi like withstood it, right? Like that jutsu is just meant to blow people apart. It's meant to terrorize them. And if it's good enough to affect a Biju, it'll be good enough to affect Pain too.
I'm not saying it won't affect him. Like even like the wind move, like it affected Kakashi. It blew his shirt off.
I blew his shirt off.
It might damage him.
It probably did a little bit more than that. We just didn't. We don't know because he's not talking about it. Like he's just like, I don't know. But okay. The next thing I want to bring up is there's a statement in the 4th data book that Kakuzu is actually really good at fighting groups of people. Like, that's his specialty because of his tendrils, right? He can send his tendrils out in a bunch of different ways and fight multiple people, and he's got 5 hearts. So, he can actually match Pain for numbers, and he's good at fighting multiple people, and he also has a super good analytical skill to the point where he's able to defeat Shikamaru's premeditated plan. Okay? So... Just by looking at it once, instantly figured out how to break out of the shadow possession and save Hidan and himself. Instantly did that. Kakuzu is one of the smartest characters in the series because of that, just from that feat alone. And he's also really skillful at fighting multiple people. Granted, Pain is multiple people. And he can figure out jutsu on the spot, too, because he's shown analyzing tons of jutsu during that fight and figuring everyone out. He has a section in his databook page called The Power of Analysis, where he's talking about how he can judge how strong people are just by looking at them and whether or not they're worth taking their hearts, stuff like that. Kakuzu is a really analytical fighter, and he's good at figuring people out. So he's going to and he's also in the Akatsuki with Pain. So he's going to figure out Pain pretty quick. So anytime Pain resurrects like one of the pads of Pain, he's going to target the resurrection path, whichever one that is. I always forget. Stuff like that. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because if Pain does decide to almighty pull Kakuzu in, He's pulling in a melee-based fighter that has the ability to damage and one-shot him, both with his tendrils, his diamond armor taijutsu, and his heart jutsu, some of them at least. So he's got 3 ways of killing Pain, and he's bringing this dude in close to him to fight. Like, it's just, he's more skilled than Pain, he's smarter than Pain, and he can't be damaged by Pain, and he has more jutsu to kill Pain. So how is Pain going to win this fight now?
Okay, for the pulling in technique, I would say he would combo that with the human path or the predator path, but I think he would go to the human path first.
Which one? The human path? But that's the one that can soul steal, right?
Yeah, so I think and it says it does it instantly, so he would just get touched by it once he got pulled in, and he wouldn't be able to fight.
What if Kakuzu just hit him in the face before and like one shot that human path before the human path could touch him in the head, or like he tendrils the human path when he gets close?
I don't think he's strong enough to one-shot him. If he tendrils him, that
You don't think a diamond armor punch is strong enough to one-shot him?
No, I don't think he's one-shot anything with a diamond armor punch. But
man, he one-shot that gate, man. But that gate was pretty big. I think his base taijutsu is shown damaging Kakashi. Obviously, it did. Kakashi's able to resist the almighty pushes and things like that. So, I mean, his taijutsu's pretty... And is also able to, block a Yugito paw for a second. So I think his diamond armor punch would be enough to damage the Pains. Like, why wouldn't it?
And if those tendrils count as Pain's body, or Kakuzu's body, that might be his undoing. Because once he brings those tendrils out, and even if he pierces the body, like let's say the human path, if he touches it, that could be just instant death for Kakuzu.
The human path has to touch him on the head. They literally have to touch the head.
Okay, if that's the case, then that wouldn't work. But then that would just have to be the almighty or the universal pull combo.
The universal pull combo, but he pulls. So let's say he pulls Kakuzu in. Kakuzu just tendrils all of them because he can do that, and then he just lightning false darknesses all of them. What happens?
Well, I think he could only false darkness 2 at a time at most, and also Deva Path would just almighty push it away. And
if he's pulling him in, he's not going to have a fast enough time to do it.
Okay, well if pulling who in? Like with
Kakuzu. So like you're saying he's going to almighty pull him in, right, and then human path soul steal combo wombo, right?
Yeah.
So he's pulling in this fighter that's going to resist all of their physical attacks, so none of that's going to work. The only thing that could potentially work is the human path. So all Kakuzu has to do is one-shot him, and he gets a free path of pain with his other false darkness, lightning, and any other jutsu or taijutsu he uses. Okay, so he can just tendril the human path and one-shot him. And he'll be able to analyze with, that he'll be able to figure that out because he's able to figure out all kinds of shit in quick instances, just like he did against Shikamaru and Kakashi. So I see no reason why he couldn't just beat the human path right there, and that's it.
I mean, if what was I gonna say? If he could either, I don't. Does Almighty Pull count as the cooldown for his Almighty Push as well?
Yeah, it does. It's the same ability. It's just pull and push.
I still think he would be able to dodge it. And also, I remember.
You think he'd dodge the false darkness? What if he's tendrilled, though? Like, caught in the tendrils?
That would be a problem. But then one of the other paths could come in. Like, the Asura path could come in and block with its body, or the Naraka path could come in and absorb it.
So what happens if Kakuzu just does that again?
We don't know how many times he could fire off that attack.
He can fire that. He can fire all of his big jutsu tons of times. Kakuzu shows literally after that false darkness and a bunch of other jutsu and taijutsu are done. He literally shows the greatest level of chakra he's ever shown at the end of the fight. So he's not low on chakra. He can totally use those jutsu multiple times.
He would also need his lightning heart on him at the time during that pull. Like if he splits his bodies up and the lightning heart's not in him, then that wouldn't be a viable option as he's getting pulled in.
You're saying like the lightning heart and all of his other hearts are like split up, like attacking? Yeah. I just don't think that's a good position for Pain to be in, because then he's going to be getting artillery fired from all directions from 5 different hearts. And if he pulls Kakuzu in, Kakuzu could just tendril them and prevent them from doing anything. And then they just get artillery bombed. Like, that's just worse.
I think one almighty push would just solo all of the hearts at once. But
they're made of the steel threads, man. They tank Biju shit. That's not gonna hurt them.
Yeah, and the almighty push breaks the bones of something that takes Biju attacks.
Only air bullets. The air bullets aren't strong enough to. They're not provably any strength level. So.
I mean, it's an attack that he would it's a jutsu he's using, so it should be relative to his tier.
Not true.
Kakashi
Kakashi has jutsu that are worse than others. Like, I mean,
well, sure, but I'm saying it's like comparing a Naruto Rasengan to a Rasen Shuriken. Like the tailed beast bomb might be like the Rasen Shuriken, but it's like
the Rasengan is way worse than the Rasen Shuriken.
Yeah,
so
yeah, but it's still like
the air bullets could also be way worse. That's just true. The air bullets could be worse.
I'm just saying they should be a viable attack, or he wouldn't use it. And
maybe he might just be thinking that it's a viable attack against Gamabunta. He might not even think it's a viable attack. He might just be flinging it out there. We don't really know. So
I mean, he uses a similar air attack on Sage Mode Madara, who wasn't playing around with.
All right.
So, I mean,
be honest with me. You got some more respect for Kakuzu after this conversation, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I always thought he was pretty strong, but
yeah.
I still don't think he's stronger than Pain. But let's finish.
All right, yeah.
My points. Let's see.
How does he just stop? Because I don't think the Almighty Push has ever been shown strong enough to damage something that a Biju couldn't. So the Steel Threads, I think, are going to tank the Almighty Push. Kakashi tanked the Almighty Push. Why? I don't know why the Hearts wouldn't be able to do that. And Kakuzu,
he just needs enough force to crush. Even if the Steel Threads tank it, if it puts enough pressure on them, the Steel Threads themselves might just crush the heart in the middle.
I don't think so. Even for one, it's not like that. You have to be able to just destroy. Like Kakuzu, when he got hit in the chest with the Rasen Shuriken, it killed 2 hearts. He didn't completely die. He just was on the ground. Kakashi finished him off with a Raikiri at the end of the fight. But the issue is just you have to be able to. What Kakashi words it as, you have to deal 6 lethal blows to Kakuzu. You have to kill him 6 times in order to be able to defeat him permanently, right? So Kakashi would have to land 6 Raikiri on Kakuzu, because 1 for each heart, plus the main body of Kakuzu. He'd have to land all of those. So Pain would have to be able to deal a lethal blow to Kakuzu. And I just don't think none of his physical attacks have shown that capability. None of them.
Yeah. I mean, considering numbers, the Animal Path has way more summons than Kakuzu has hearts, and was able to completely steamroll the Leaf Village. They're all going crazy, getting attacked by them. And like I said, multiple of his summons are able to fight against Gamaken, who's Gamabunta tier. So you would literally
we're kind of just going in circles now.
Yeah. You just have to solely assume that the steel of his hearts, or the steel parts of the steel tendrils of the hearts that are separate from him, will also be able to tank those beast bombs, or the beast attacks, and just.
I think they would be, because it's the same material Kakuzu is tanking them with.
Yeah, I don't know, but
you want to end it here?
I do. No, I want to go over my narrative arguments. That's
okay. Yeah. We can stop power scaling now. We'll go over narrative. I love narrative.
Okay. So in chapter 408, after the Kakuzu fight, it stated Naruto is definitely not strong enough to beat Pain yet, and this is after he beat Kakuzu.
Yeah. The issue isn't that it's talking about physical strength, it's that he doesn't have the jutsu capabilities to beat Pain yet. Because the Rasen Shuriken, even at 50%, would have been enough to one-shot a Path of Pain. The issue isn't the strength necessarily, it's overall. It's talking about overall combat ability. Do you agree with that interpretation?
Yes.
Okay, so it's talking about overall combat ability. I agree. Naruto, at that time period, is not good enough to beat Pain, but he is good enough to beat Kakuzu. But I don't think that means it just linear scales. I think that Kakuzu is a bad matchup for Pain, in much the same way Pain is a bad matchup for that Naruto. So it's a matchup thing. It's like rock, paper, scissors, because Naruto scaling is not linear like Dragon Ball. Okay? So I think you have to actually talk about their abilities. The reason Naruto isn't able to beat Pain at that time is because he has no way of actually he has the Rasen Shuriken, but that only works 50% of the time. He doesn't have the capabilities to deal with all 6 pads of Pain. He needed Sage Mode in order to be able to Mega Blitz them all and tank all of their physical attacks and stuff like that. So there was a lot of reasons why Naruto was able to beat Pain, but was not. The reason he was able to beat Kakuzu is one body, right? He only needs to land the Rasen Shuriken once. With Pain, he has to land it 5 or 6 times, and he's not even able to do that at the time he fights Kakuzu. So it's he has no way of putting down all 6 pads of Pains at that time. He doesn't have the knowledge of Pain's abilities yet to be able to deal with him. There's a lot of reasons Naruto wasn't able to deal with Pain, but he was able to deal with Kakuzu. I don't think it relies on physical things either. I think it's just he needed new jutsu and new things to be able to beat Pain, because Pain's so versatile. So You know what I
do
mean?
think that has I do think that has something to do with it, but I do think it's just like I said, it's a narrative implication. It's like Naruto at this point can take Kakuzu, but he can't take Pain. It's like he
Yeah,
didn't say,
I agree. It does
Pain
imply.
directly counters you, but I do think Kakuzu is a better matchup for Naruto, but it's not like implied. Oh, it's just because Pain is like a.
I think it could be that though, and either way you look at it, it's an assumption, right?
Okay.
So
we can go into the next one, and then the next thing. This one's not a real important one, but basically Kakashi was saying how he can't believe how Jiraiya took on all of them at once and how it's crazy. And this is the guy who like basically stood up to Kakuzu. So at the very least, it should scale Pain's threat level to a similar level to Kakuzu, at least in Kakashi's eyes.
He probably thinks it's Pain right now is a greater threat than Kakuzu, just because Pain is harder to put down than Kakuzu in a different way. Pain is harder to put down because he's got 6 bodies and a mysterious, and they don't know how the jutsus work, and like no one's like they're all like Kakashi's the only one that's really like relative to Pain in the village right now. You know, there's a bunch of reasons he could be saying, like, I'm not saying that like Kakashi thinks Pain is stronger than Kakuzu or that Pain could beat Kakuzu, but at this moment he does think that Pain is harder to fight, and whatever reason he's harder to fight, we're not really for sure about. So again, it's kind of like it's a vague comparison. We don't really know what he's talking about. It's kind of like the last statement.
Yep. And then the next one is another one from the frog. I think, what is it, Fukushin or Fugetsu, something, I can't remember his name, the old frog stage, but he says Jiraiya he said Jiraiya is the only one who could have gotten that far against Pain. So basically, and he knows obviously of Tsunade.
Does he know about Kakuzu?
I don't know if he knows about Kakuzu, but he's very old. But he should know about Orochimaru and Tsunade, and he should know about Kakashi.
I don't think Orochimaru or Tsunade is stronger than Kakuzu, so it's like
just another statement. Basically, okay, no one that's like multi-100-year-old frog knows of can take on Pain besides Jiraiya. So that's just another thing that hypes him up.
Sure. Are you aware of like the narrative statement that well, I'll get into it later. I'm gonna let you finish yours. Yeah, this one I think is the weakest statement you've provided. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, just because it's based off his knowledge alone.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, this one I have a couple of Zetsu ones.
I know this one.
Yeah, he's like, I can't believe you actually foresaw the possibility that Nagato might die. So basically, like, out of all the things that could happen, like, he thought that was, like, the craziest thing to predict, just because he's so strong. Like, it's like, how would you predict that he would die? He's too strong.
Yeah, so he didn't think that Pain would die. I'm sure Zetsu didn't think that Kakuzu would fight Pain either, so.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't, like, surprised that Kakuzu got killed.
Well, yeah, but that could be because of abilities, and I don't think Zetsu even had. We never even got to see Zetsu's reaction to Kakuzu dying. We did get to see Obito's reaction to Kakuzu dying. You know what he says?
What?
He tells Pain that he needs to be careful about Naruto because he killed 2 of Kakuzu's hearts, and Conan has to tells Obito, spare your warnings of fear on us. You know what that tells me?
She thinks Pain is stronger than
Obito. Obito's talking to Conan. Obito is saying that he thinks that because Naruto killed 2 of Kakuzu's hearts, he's a threat to Pain.
Well, yeah, he's definitely a threat.
Like, Naruto is a threat to Pain. So he thinks just based on him beating like the remnants of Kakuzu, like what was ever left over of Kakuzu, he thinks just because of that. And then that's where Nagato was, or Obito had, Zetsu says, I can't believe I've foreseen the possibility Nagato might die. Obito thought Nagato could have died. Like, he literally thought it could have happened. And he kind of foresaw this, right? He was like, man, he killed Kakuzu's hearts. That's pretty impressive. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, and then another statement from him, similar thing. I never imagined Pain would be taken down.
Yeah, he never imagined Kakuzu would fight him either, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know?
Are you saying Kakuzu is just like the strongest person in the world, or has a direct counter to Pain?
Yeah. Like Kakuzu's a horrible matchup for Pain because none of Pain's physical attacks can harm him, and he's also just faster than Pain, in my opinion. So it's just like, oh boy, like it's just a bad matchup. Like, why would Zetsu think that Kakuzu is gonna fight Pain? He wouldn't, right? Like, Kakuzu loves being in the Akatsuki and making bread, so he doesn't care. Like, he respects Pain as well, so why would he turn against them and try and fight him? When Zetsu says, I never imagined he would have been taken down, he's thinking Naruto and Kakashi and people like that wouldn't have taken Pain down. Which is fine, he might not have imagined that. Another big thing is, Zetsu's also just lying. Like, he's manipulating the whole Shinobi world. Like, he says during the war arc, like, everything has gone according to plan, so he did plan this shit. Like, he literally did. But that's just because he manipulated the whole Shinobi world, you know, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like these narratives.
I have a couple of data book statements that you've probably heard plenty of times before.
Yeah, I have.
The one that says, okay, the shinobi of the Akatsuki each joined with his own exception. These shinobi who have the skill and talent to battle.
The reason is Pain's charisma and power that no one can deny.
Yeah, yeah, and then right after that it says Pain boasts that he has never been defeated. Right after that, so that implies that he's stronger than all the people following him.
Pain boasts that he's never been defeated. That's true, but that does not imply that he's stronger than everyone that follows him. The only thing that it says about the people that follow him in that paragraph is that the reason Pain's charisma. Why do these people that can capture a tailed beast obey Pain? The reason is Pain's charisma and his power that no one can deny. Yeah, they're not denying his power. They know he's powerful and they know he's charismatic. That doesn't mean they think he's stronger than them. They just respect that.
Yeah, but it's his charisma and his power, not or his power, and not only that.
Yeah, both of those two things put together.
His power that no one can deny, which kind of implies that no one can stop him.
No, it doesn't say that. It just says no one denies that he's powerful. That's what it's saying.
Yeah, I mean, just in the context is like
I think the context doesn't suggest that. I'm just going to tell you straight up.
Right after that, it says how he boasts how he's never been defeated. And
he hasn't.
That no one can deny.
He's never fought. He's never fought Kakuzu though.
Oh well, okay. I'm going to get into that because in the game he did, which Kishimoto was involved in. But
okay, I don't think he wrote that scene, but let's just give it the benefit of the doubt. It's been 3 or 4 years since that scene, maybe more even.
Yeah.
Kakuzu had plenty of time to get stronger since then. Plenty.
Yeah, it's possible. But okay, here's another statement from the data book. Pain, the invincible leader of the Akatsuki, even the notorious strong members.
It's just a repeat of the last statement, but yeah, they call him the invincible leader of the Akatsuki. That was Pain's moniker throughout the war, or throughout the Pain arc, right? People kept saying he was invincible and he's never been defeated and everything. You know who clowns on him for that statement?
Obito.
Obito makes fun of him for saying that. He's like, for the invincible Pain, Jiraiya sure gave you a handful.
He was just making fun of someone so strong having trouble.
Yeah, but he's making fun of the moniker specifically. He knows Pain's not invincible. Pain isn't invincible. That's an exaggeration. Yeah. Naruto killed him, right? So that's just saying that that's his reputation, right? He's the invincible leader of the Akatsuki. He's not actually invincible. That's just what people think about him. That doesn't prove that even the Akatsuki members think about that. That's just what everyone else thinks, okay? Mm-hmm. Even the notoriously strong members obey him. True, they do obey him, but for what reasons do they obey him?
I mean, it's pretty clear that it's because of his strength.
It's because of his strength and charisma, though.
Well, yeah, because if he was strong without charisma, no one would follow him. Like,
exactly.
Strong, it's like, I'm strong.
But if he was, that works in reverse too. Because what if he's he's strong without charisma, right? But what if he's just charismatic without strength? They wouldn't follow him either, right? He has to be both strong and charismatic. Okay, that's why they follow him.
At what level of strength?
We don't know.
I think he has to be stronger than them.
I don't think so. I think all he had to do, all he had to do to convince Kakuzu was show that he was strong. Maybe when he beat Kakuzu back in the day or whatever. He just has to show that he was strong, which he is strong. No one's going to deny that. And then he also has to convince Kakuzu with his charisma. And you know how he does that? He waves some money in his face, because that's what Kakuzu likes. He likes that money. He likes that greenery. So if he's liking that and he sees Pain strong, why wouldn't he follow him? It's a great way to make money. You know, I'm giving a whole justifiable reason for why Kakuzu would follow Pain while being stronger than him. You know what I mean? Like, none of these statements actually say he's stronger than him.
I mean, I think they heavily imply it. And I do have one statement next that does basically say he's the
strongest.
All
right, yeah, I've seen this one.
The strongest man in the Akatsuki. So, and this is current times.
You know, this is only in the weekly release of the manga. It's not in the volume release or the monthly release.
But that goes for all of those statements. It's not like they just took
I know, I don't use any of those statements because they're not written by Kishimoto. They're written by an editor.
But I mean, do you have proof that the editor doesn't get them like approved by Kishimoto?
We just don't know.
They're
like,
officially printed.
They may be officially printed, but as far as I'm concerned, they're not printed in the volume or the monthly release, so I just don't accept them. That's written by an editor. I don't know if that's coming from Kishimoto or not.
I mean, editors do have a power of the manga. You know, they tell people to change things and stuff. Like, it's
no.
Okay, I don't want this, and then they say okay, and then they have to follow what the editor says sometimes.
No. Also, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's true. But either way, the strongest man in the Akatsuki. Is Kakuzu in the Akatsuki then?
I mean, he's dead at that point.
But wait a minute. Hold on a minute. He's dead, so he's not the strongest.
But I mean, almost everyone in the Akatsuki is dead at this point, so it's kind of like a mute statement.
Yeah.
It's just
what
the living ones.
What if I told you there's a contradiction in the statement too?
Okay, I'd like this. I mean, I do think Obito is stronger, but that's just because he's the hidden.
That's one contradiction. You pointed out one of them. Obito's stronger than him, so that's just not true. Another contradiction: Itachi's stronger than Pain. There's a direct statement that Itachi has the strongest ninjutsu that Zetsu's witnessed.
Yeah, Itachi does have better abilities, and same thing for Obito.
Stronger.
But I could argue that Pain just has like overall more power than both of them actually. But like with his full power, Almighty Push or Planetary Devastation, I don't think.
I think that's just destructive capability.
Yeah. I think he has the most destructive capability at the
very
least.
I think he has more destructive capability than Kakuzu too. But destructive capability is not really that much. It's just how much you can destroy. You got to really focus on attack potency, which is important. But yeah, there's like two contradictions to that statement. And it's maybe not even written by Kishimoto. So.
I'm still looking for the others I have.
What is it? I might just know of it.
Okay. It's just the statement for the Revolution game saying Kishimoto worked on it.
I'll just accept that he worked on it, yeah.
The official story overseen by Shueisha, Studio Pieria, and Mr. Kishimoto. And so like I don't need to show you the video. You've seen it, I assume. I mean, it doesn't even show anything. It just shows Pain 1. But,
I already know about it. Like, either way, that was 4 years ago, man. Like, plenty of time. Like, look how much Naruto grew in 4 years, you know what I mean? Which Naruto is way more talented than, like, everyone. But, like, Kakashi, too.
And has more room to grow. Like,
yeah.
One's
not necessarily true. That's actually just kind of based on your talent, and Kakuzu is really talented. So... And he's also really smart, so I don't know. That's.
I mean, if he's growing exponentially every year, that would just make him like super weak, like 100 years ago or whatever. I
mean, yeah, he was pretty trash 100 years ago, man. Like.
I mean, he was strong enough to be sent after the first Hokage back then, apparently.
Yeah, that's just because he was the strongest samurai in his village, and he got embarrassed horribly. But being a strong samurai is not that impressive. Like, you want to talk about like Mifune or something, like, not that good. So. He went from Mifune level to like fighting Biju, like you know what I mean? Like that's pretty big increase. Anything else?
That's it. I think pretty much overall. I mean, Pain, like you're talking about how he was having trouble with Naruto. He did fight Naruto, who had prep time and a bunch of powerful frog summons with him. He had Ma and Pa and the 3 giant toads.
Yeah, like I said, that all kind of plays into Pain being a hard matchup for Naruto, though.
And then that was after Pain took on the entire village after he weakened himself, which was stated to have weakened himself, destroying the whole village. So yeah, I just think and with all the narrative statements, I
don't think that's actually a narrative argument, though. You're just saying that like Naruto struggled more with Pain, therefore.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that was the narrative argument. I was saying that what I just said with the narrative argument, I think that I just presented. Just shows that he's supposed to be quite a bit stronger. Like, I can't imagine Kakuzu just walking in and soloing the Leaf Village. But,
I mean, that's actually what they were going to do. Did you know that, like, after they were on their way to the Leaf Village to go capture Naruto, like, Pain sent them there?
Yeah.
And guess if Kakuzu would have made it past Naruto, he probably would have soloed the village. Like, he was already on his way to killing Kakashi. So, the only person... Not even, like, literally everyone else loses. Maybe Tsunade, but no, everyone else in the village loses. So, I mean, Kakuzu potentially could have soloed the Leaf Village, man. But, yeah, I think that's about it, though. Do you want to talk about anything else?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We could just go over, like, the conclusions.
Okay, sure. You want to go first, or you want me to go first?
You could go first.
Oh boy. As for speed goes, I mean, I basically proved that base Naruto could just outright react to Pain multiple times. So base Naruto is fast enough to react to pain, and I proved that Ninetales Amp Naruto got blitzed by Kakuzu's tendrils. So I argued Kakuzu, and I also argued that he could react to Perfect Jinchuriki Yugito. But the major thing is just that he's able to blitz Ninetales Amp Naruto, who's above base Naruto that can react to pain. So that means Kakuzu would also be able to wrap pain up in his tendrils. And the issue with this is that he could fire a lightning-style false darkness or pierce them with his tendrils, anything like that, hold them in place, force them all just to stand still. And he would just one-shot them because the lightning-style false darkness is as strong as 2 Raikiris when it only took 1 Raikiri to kill the Ashura path, and potentially the Deba path if it would have hit. And then I also argued that Kakuzu is physically durable enough to resist every single attack Pain has, and I think this was agreed to by him. So basically that just means Pain only has 1 or 2 abilities that aren't physically reliant. That's the King of Hell, which can steal souls if the Naraka path can grab Kakuzu. And the human path, which can steal souls. And I argued that Kakuzu could resist the soul manipulation in a few ways. He could will through it like Hiruzen did to Orochimaru. I said that this is actually a stronger soul pool than the thing that Hiruzen was, or than the human path soul pooling. I also argued that this soul pool is also based on mind manipulation, like your ability to put chakra into someone's mind and like read their thoughts. And I said this works very similar in the way Genjutsu does, because Genjutsu also tries to infuse chakra into your mind to control your brain and stuff. And Kakuzu was able to resist Genjutsu. He argued that Conan had higher Genjutsu resistance than Kakuzu. But I argued that this doesn't necessarily scale because it could just be in comparison to themselves. He agreed that that was a potential interpretation. I don't think either of us provided evidence, so that just means we have equal interpretations about the stats things. So we don't know who's actually right there. So I just don't think that ability necessarily proves Kakuzu would lose. Also, like, his Wombo combo requires him to almighty pull Kakuzu in and soul pull. I argue this was actually a really bad idea, because then Kakuzu could just be closer to them, and he's a melee fighter with diamond armor punches that could, like, one-shot them, because his regular punches were able to harm Kakashi and things like that. The same Kakashi that could tank the almighty push. And this, if he uses diamond armor, that's just way worse, because diamond armor can like resist Biju attacks and things like that. So yeah, he would just tendril wrap them all up, and one shot them with some of. He would affect them with his wind style fire enhanced jutsu, potentially damaging them, and he could also one shot them with lightning style false darkness. There's no way Pain can damage Kakuzu. None of the animal summons will work on Kakuzu because none of them are as strong as the Biju. He literally only got the animal summons to Gamabunta level, which is air bullet level, which is unquantifiable. And the air bullets actually still affected Gamabunta too. Like, if he took a few of them, he would die. The regular almighty push that Kakashi was able to tank, like one shot, which technically he did point this out. He pointed out that the almighty pushes have different levels of strength, but either way, we just don't know if that ability would work on Kakuzu, because now we do know it won't work because Kakuzu is durable enough to tank Biju strikes and things like that. So yeah, I think Kakuzu is durable enough to resist all of Pain's physical attacks, and he's strong enough to one-shot the pads of Pain. The only ability that potentially could work is the Soul Pull, and that's just a bad idea, because Kakuzu could just easily punch him in the face when he tries to go to steal a soul, or just outright resist it through, i.e., willpower or mind hacks resistance. So yeah, took a 1. But yeah, go ahead, Weeaboo Warrior, your turn.
Okay, so I think the main attack the Pain has that would work is the Almighty Push, because of the scaling I brought up, being able to crush Gamabunta worse than Shukaku could. And like Noodles brought up how he scales Kakuzu's durability higher because he could take Beast Bombs from a Perfect Jinchuriki. But I don't think there was enough to prove that there was that it was a Perfect Jinchuriki, and I don't think he proved that he took Beast Bombs. And also his statement of him being stronger than Jinchuriki, which also applies to all Akatsuki, including Pain, if that relies on databook statements, which databook statements also say Pain is the strongest Akatsuki member, and it says there's multiple other statements I provided in the databooks that would imply he's stronger than Kakuzu, in my opinion. And let's see. Like I said, he had the universal pull combo, which I don't think is needed with the. I think the human path is also fast enough to possibly pull a surprise attack on Kakuzu. Like as we know, 3 Naruto clones was enough to do it, and so Pain has more than 3 other bodies. So either they could easily distract him in the same manner and just do a attack from behind like that. Um, Obviously, if you think, like Noodles said, if you think Pain doesn't, or if Kakuzu doesn't downscale and it was completely off guard, then that wouldn't work. But I do think I proved that Naruto did actually outspeed him there, and he even assessed that's what was needed to do so. So I think Pain could do the same. Um, the planetary devastation, Pain thought that was a final solution that would work on the Six Tails. Kurama Cloak Naruto himself said in front of Itachi and Killer B that they would be done for if they got captured by that, and he only got out because of the Nine Tails rampaging. So I think that could be a possible win con. Noodles did bring up, like, how does that end? How long could it last? These are all unknown questions. So it is a large waste of chakra. So it would come down to, if it works, Pain will use it. Like if Pain knows how it works, and obviously he does, he would use it if he thinks it will. If he doesn't think he can contain someone forever in it, or if he can't drain their chakra, he just won't expend the chakra on it, and he'll just go for the almighty push instead. And the Asura path, like I mentioned, I believe it's clear that its attacks, its weaponry should be above paper bomb level, and paper bombs are implied to be able to hurt Kakuzu without diamond armor. So that means I think he could actually destroy all the hearts that aren't the ones that have the diamond armor. So Kakuzu's best chance, I think, here is actually to stay in one body and use the diamond armor constantly to protect himself as he splits up. I think one good almighty push, or could crush them all, or they'll be tagged by human path or Asura path and go down, as well as the animal path, which I think is actually one of the strongest paths, especially like that regenerating dog. Just Kakuzu, like Noodles even said, he doesn't think Kakuzu could take it down. The dog is literally called the Endless Dog, and I don't like, it doesn't actually use jutsu from what we've seen. It's just attacking and biting. So even if it can't hurt Kakuzu, like he'll be forced to like get it off if it bites him and tries to restrain him, because if he doesn't get it off, he's gonna get like human pathed or attacked by another path. So he's gonna have to fight against it. He can't just sit there. You could argue he's so durable he could tank attacks, but the dog is so big it could easily lift him up and bite him or swallow him or do whatever it wants. And honestly, I'm not going to bring up a new argument, but I just thought it'd be fun if he swallowed him and he got stuck there. But I'm not going to say that's a win condition. But let's see. Because yeah, it did tank the Rasen Shuriken. So you could argue he couldn't break out, but yeah, I'm not gonna. Since I just brought that up, I'm not gonna count that as a win condition. But yeah, he could bite on and hold him, and just so for the other paths to do things. And like I said, the paths can hide in the chameleon, which is invisible, and it's direct. I mentioned how it was directly stated how invisibility. You need the barrier jutsu just to stalemate it, and you need the creature detection jutsu to go on the offensive. I mentioned that, and Noodles didn't bring up an argument. He just said that eventually they would have to come out, or eventually like a big AoE attack would hit it, but I don't think any AoE attack from Pain is shown to span that wide of an area that would hurt
Kakuzu,
it. And the chameleon can also... Oh yeah, Kakuzu. Sorry about that. And then, yeah, it could also grab, like do an invisible grab attack like it did to KCM Naruto, just to quickly confuse Kakuzu, and so he could get grabbed by the human path, get hit by the Asura path or the Deva path. The flying birds could keep any of the paths out of range. Pain does have, or Kakuzu does have some ranged attacks, but none of them that show like that it could like hit miles in the sky or miles away, just like hundreds of meters away at the most from what we've seen. Yeah, so like I said, the dog path, or the dog summon and the flying bird summon, and the other summons, they've shown relativity to Gamaken, who's the same strength as Bunta, who's relative to the tailed beasts, and like Noodles said, you could argue Yagura is stronger, but I think it's questionable. It's stated that she isn't one of the people who has full access. Or Yugito, yes, Yugito isn't one of the ones who's stated to have access to full power of the tailed beasts. But and it is stated that Shukaku was using his true power when Gaara let him have control. So I do think that scales Gamabunta, at least relative to already Kakuzu at that point. Who we have no idea how well he did against, or what he did against the Two Tails. And we do know for a fact that Hidan did use his ritual ability, so that's the most likely scenario how the Two Tails went down. Like I said, Kakuzu might have made it bleed with like False Darkness, which I agreed could destroy Pain bodies, but Pain can deal with that with Almighty Push. As it dealt with stronger jutsus and its state, it could deal with all jutsus. And you could argue because it deals with all jutsus, it could also deal with Diamond Armor and just neg right through that because it's stated in the data book that it pretty much can. Even if you think it can't, the Diamond Armor's never taken anything as strong as a full charged Almighty Push, in my opinion. Just based off scaling, since Noodles scaled Kakuzu above, or at least to the point it could hurt something, an unquantifiable amount above Shukaku. But I already like showed how basically a casual Almighty Push could do more damage than Shukaku's attacks, and so a full powered one that made Pain like not be able to use another one for multiple minutes that completely decimated the village would be quite a bit stronger. And I don't think Kakuzu has anything on that level, or has shown the durability to take something on that level. The only way he would be is if Kakuzu took a Beast Bomb, and I don't think there's enough convincing evidence that he did. Let's see. Besides that, I think that's pretty much it. If the Pain bodies
we don't have to cover every point. Like if people want to watch that, they can go. But like I barely covered any of them, honestly. So
I think just one last thing is if a Pain body does get destroyed, it could be summoned back by the Animal Path and just healed. So you could just have the Animal Path in the Invisible Chameleon, which is normal. Summon them back, and then get the hopefully they'll have the Preda Path that could revive them. That be with the Animal Path and just get summoned to them and then keep reviving them. So those ones the best strategy for Pain would be just to keep those back, and then eventually Kakuzu is going to get worn down if he doesn't get outright decimated. Just that dog is going to be a big hindrance, and then Pain just
going to bite at his ankle, you mean?
Yeah, bite at his ankle, possibly rip him apart, who knows. Even if it just Pain has to, if Kakuzu has to use any energy to get its mouth off of him or anything like that, he's eventually going to go down due to lack of endurance, and he has no way to deal with the Invisible Chameleon or get to the Flying Bird. So like I said, it comes down to, I think the debate comes down to if you think I proved that with the narrative statements and the Almighty Push scaling, that's more convincing in destroying Kakuzu and damaging him, or if you think Noodles proved Kakuzu is truly above Tailed Beast Bomb level, and if you think that he could somehow outlast the Dog Summon and deal with the Flying Bird and the Chameleon. So and I think I was able to. I have more concrete evidence on the power scaling, while his is more hypothetical. And then if you it relies on guide statements, but if you go by guide statements, it's directly stated that Pain's stronger. So if you go on what's shown, Pain has better showings, and Kakuzu could arguably, if you ignore the data book statements for Pain, could arguably have better scaling than Pain if you use the data book statements for him. But I think if you use all data book statements, especially if you use the data book stats, which are in the official data books, if you just accept the data books, Pain has the statements and there's the stats for based off the people he's above, to be above Kakuzu. And even if you don't think that, like I said, he has the running away, hiding argument and just outlasting, which I think. I don't know if Noodles might have said Kakuzu has a way to deal with that if he did, but
what was it?
It's a stalemate. Against the just letting the dog attack and waiting for Kakuzu to run out of energy.
Oh yeah, I just said he'd kill the Animal Path.
Okay.
Yeah. That was awesome.
I don't think he found a way to kill the Animal Path if it's hiding in the Chameleon or flying out of its range. So I'm just gonna end it there.
Okay. Good debate. I think that was fun.
Yeah,
it was nice and easy too. Wasn't no rage or anything going on, so I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I never rage on someone unless they start spurging out on me first. I want to keep it simple.
Oh, if people start spurging on me, and I start going hard, now I'm in the paint then. But no, it was a good debate.
A little long, but definitely I think there was a lot of good discussion here.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually quite a bit to talk about, to be honest, because they have a lot of similar scaling that people just overlook. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed that video. We'll probably go ahead and end it here, I think. Do you have any closing things you want to say, Weeaboo Warrior?
Just go check out my channel and watch my entire Naruto video if you haven't watched that.
Yeah, go check it out, man. I'll link it in the description so you guys can go watch him. Who knows, we might do some collabs in the future or something, maybe not, don't know. But hope you guys all.
I'd be down for that.
Yeah, I'd be down too. Hope you guys all enjoyed the debate. This is my first live debate. I wanted it to be Happy so we could do the face reveal stream, but he's still ducking. So Happy, if you're watching this shit, come get it, buddy. I'm right here. But anyway, I hope you guys all enjoyed. I will see you all in the next one. Peace.